been talking that whole time you did. On Twitch. Okay, there we go.
I had to make yours a little bit bigger too. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So yeah, blank screen. All right, so you can go up to the top, and then you can hit 2D.
Yep.
And then we'll click for root node on the top left, click 2D scene.
Okay.
And then, I don't know, we can double click that, give it a new name or something. I'll just call it world. It's kind of like my default start.
Yep.
And then Control S, save. And yeah.
So that would be like the overall, like, that's like the scene name, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So this is the name of the scene. You can see it down here in the file. We have that scene we just made. And so we're gonna, I guess we'll start with just making like a basic, we're just gonna use placeholder graphics, and then we can go online and find some free assets to use. So you can hit this plus sign, or you can hit Control A when you have this root scene selected.
Okay.
And then that will let you add a node. So you can search for whatever one you have it selected, or whatever node you have selected, I'll add it as a child to that. So if you just search for static body, and then and then just double click that. Do you know like static body, rigid body, what those things are?
No, not quite.
Okay, so if you want to have like a physical object in a game world that you can collide with and stuff, there's typically like 3 different kinds. So there's going to be a static body, which is one that doesn't move. So that would be like walls or houses or the ground or something like that.
True.
And then rigid body is something that bounces or moves. So like you have a ball or a grenade or something like that that's going to be physically active and bounce around and things like that. You could have a rigid body. And then, but for characters, if you're doing like a character, you typically don't want them to bounce around, have things physically interact them and have realistic physics. You usually want them to have like custom physics determined by, player input. So what we use for that would be a kinematic body, which can collide with walls and stuff and can push rigid bodies around, but it doesn't get pushed around by other things. So
it's a different, like, it's a different physics altogether between each individual.
Yeah. So we're going to make some environment pieces. So we're going to use a static body, and we're going to need to add a collision shape for it to define its shape. So I'd hit Control A on that, and then search for collision shape 2D. And then you just add that. And then we have to actually define what kind of shape it has. So if I select this, I can hit F, and it'll move the camera to where I have that node.
Yeah.
And then up here, we can define its shape. So there's different kinds. There's like a capsule, circle. We're going to do rectangle here. So you can just click that. You have to select the collision shape node, not the static body.
Right. Okay.
And then, right under shape, at the top right of it.
Yeah, right here.
And then you choose rectangle. Yeah.
All right.
And then we also should give it like a graphic. So if you go down to where this icon is at the bottom, icon PNG, you can drag that into the scene, or you can, just drag it onto the scene, and that would add a sprite node. We could also do Control A and search for a sprite, and then sprite, and then you could go over to where it says, thanks for the sub, Nizart. So when you have that sprite selected at the top right, you can see it says texture, and you could drag the icon onto the texture, and that would give you
like that?
Yeah, that would give you the same thing.
Oh, all right.
So I'm just going to delete the icon sprite I added. So you just select it and hit delete. Yeah, you just want one of them. Is that one centered? Because that's the one you dragged in, right? So you can go over to transform over here. If you click that, and that'll give you position, rotation, and scale. So you can just zero out. Yeah. You could also hit the arrow. So when you change it, it shows an arrow next to it, which means if you click that, it will return it to the default, which is 0.
Oh, right. Okay.
So, so now we have this in the scene. We could go over to visibility under here with the sprite selected. and then you go under modulate, and we could change the color. Just click in here, change it to like black. And
Where's
that'll
modulate located?
under canvas item and
right.
visibility.
And then
Yeah, modulate. Just click the color, and then you can choose what color you want. And it'll
alright.
yeah, and it'll tint the color. So I mean, you can choose anything. Since we're just going to be using this icon as like placeholder graphics, we're going to use multiple different colors for different things until we get some actual graphics in. So okay, now we have this node. Let's make the collision shape match the shape of the icon. So you can't see it right now because it's rendering behind the sprite, and we can move it. So in the hierarchy here, we can just move the sprite to be above the shape. So you just click and drag.
Oh, just over the collision?
Yeah. I mean, you could put it outside too, but I want to keep it as a child of the static body so I can move them all at the same time. So with the collision shape, you can select these little points on it to change its size and just like drag it out to match the size of the icon. You can also go over to the top right where it shows shape and click that, and then you can manually enter the bounds of it. So right now it has, I think that's 64 by 64 because it just shows half of it.
True. All right.
And then yeah, so that's the size of it. Then we can select the actual static body, and there are different like manipulators up here at the top left. So like this is select mode where you select and drag things. Then there's this one, move mode, rotate mode, scale mode. So I want to do scale mode, so I'll hit S, and then I could like drag and scale. Wait, is this the one that I use? Yeah, I've been doing so much 3D, I forgot how much the 2D, or how the 2D works. You can also use the shortcuts up here where it shows next to like scale is S, move is W.
Yeah.
So like I could scale this out, and that would, you know, give me this shape. I could do W and move it. E would let me rotate it. So yeah, that kind of thing. I kind of like, I think this is what I've done. Okay, so if you select the sprite itself, if you want to, oh, you can hit Control Z to undo everything, by the way.
Yeah, I did. I think I undid the
I see.
shape instead, so I had to fix that. All right, we're good.
Yeah. Let's see. So I usually work with the sprite bounds, because when you go into select mode, when you have a sprite selected, it gives you these points on the side that I think are a lot easier to work with. So what I can do is drag the sprite to be on top or outside, and then I can drag the static body to be inside it. And then if I scale it with these, I get, it'll scale the whole thing. Yeah, like that.
Oh, okay.
So if you select the icon, then you can scale it. And yeah, and then I just use W and E to move it. And then if I hit Q, it'll show me those dots that I can use to manipulate its size. So I'm going to name this sprite ground, I'll call it, in the inspector. And then I can hit Control D to duplicate it. Then I could like, move those around in the scene. Oh, so yeah, if you hit W to move, then it'll move whatever you have currently selected. Because if you hit Q, it'll let you select new things, which it's a little annoying, but
yeah,
I guess it fits. So yeah, just move things around, Control D, make a little environment. And then, let's see. You can also, when you're moving things or rotating things, you can hold Control, and it'll like snap them at different increments. And you can change, if you go up to the 3 dots here next to these little magnets, you can configure the different snap settings.
Over here, right? Hold on, let
The
me see.
3 dots to the left. Yeah,
Yep.
there you go.
And then,
Configure snap, you can change how much position offset. Right now it's at 0 for some reason on me, but I could do like 15, so it'll do 15 pixel offset. Let's see, I can show the grid. If you hit that, it'll show you the grid you're using. And then, yeah.
where did you do the grid at? Oh, okay, I see.
Right there. Yeah, it's also Shift G works.
Oh, so it snaps to locations according to the grid.
Yeah, and you can change the grid, or the grid will change based on what your grid offset things were. Wait, grid offset, grid step. I forget what these are. Oh, grid step, I think, moves it from the center, or 0.0. Yeah. Okay. So we've got this. Let's make a character.
Okay.
So let's see. Go up to project on the top left, and then do project settings, and then input map. And so there's a bunch of default input stuff set up. We're not going to use any of that. We're going to do. So let's see. We want move left. So I'll just type in move left. And I use underscores because it's easier to work with. Text strings that are, no spaces in them. But yeah, just type in move left, and then you would hit enter when you're done, and it'll put it at the bottom of the list here.
Right here.
And then, yeah, and then I'll also do move right, jump, exit, and restart.
Move, jump,
Or just jump.
or just jump. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah,
Delete that
you
one.
can name them what you want. It's just my naming convention that I use.
And then what was the last one?
Move left, move right, jump, exit, and restart.
Exit and restart. All right.
And then you can go to this plus sign next to it, and it would be add event. So I'm going to use key.
Yeah.
And then so for left, I'm going to hit A. So I'm going to use A. You could also do like the arrow keys or anything. But yeah, hit A and then click the OK. And now it shows if you hit A, you'll move left. You can also add more events if you want. So I could do arrow keys as well. And yeah, you can just define all the keys you want for everything. So yeah, jump, I typically use space. Exit, I would hit escape. Restart is R. Yeah.
All right.
That looks good. So then close that. And now we need to make a character. So I'm going to create a new tab up here, add a new scene. And then we'll create, hit the plus sign, then search for kinematic body. 2D, yep. And so, yeah, and I'll name this player. And I'll hit save and just save that wherever. So remember what I said about kinematic body versus the other kinds?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so let's see, we'll add another node called a collision shape. And I think this one I'm going to make a capsule. That's usually a good shape for characters. So then add the shape at the top right. I mean, top right, there's the drop down that says shape. When you have the collision shape selected.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, so there you go. Now you have a capsule shape. I'll also add a sprite. This will just be placeholder for now, but yeah. And I'm gonna, yeah, sprite. And you drop the icon on it. And I keep it outside. I mean, not the sprite itself, the visual, but the sprite node, I keep it. Oh, yeah. So with that, you don't drop it into the scene. You would drag it to where it says texture at the top right.
Oh, yeah.
And then I would put the node not as a child of collision shape, because you're going to want to access graphics separately later on for like animating and stuff. So like just move it up so it's yeah, outside.
There you go.
Yeah, like that. So and then we can scale it too. If you hit Q, you can just like move it in. I'm going to turn off the grid snap. But yeah, just going to change the size. And also, typically, you want the bottom of a character to be at 0. So I'm going to move the collision shape directly up. And you can hold shift when you move it, so it'll snap to like one axis. So if you hold shift and then move it straight up, it'll snap to the Y.
Oh, like that, right?
Yeah. So, and then you can also check its transform, so like make sure it's centered and stuff. So this collision shape, actually the capsule, if I click on it, it says it has a height of 20 and a radius of 10, which means radius of 10 would mean it's, I forget if, let me just check the grid, I'll see how tall it is. That means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 60. Okay. So it's 20. So you double the radius, do that twice, plus the height would be 60. So that means it's 60 units tall. So I'd want to move it up to. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I guess it's just 40 tall. Okay, so it's just the radius twice, and then the height would give you the height of the capsule. And also negative is up in Godot, which is a little confusing. But yeah, I just set the Y to be negative 20 and the X to be 0. And that'll make so the bottom of the capsule's exactly at the 0 point. Alright, so we got that. Now we need to add some code to it. So, let's see. So if you click the this little paper with the plus sign, if you select the player node first, and then you click the little so that'll create a script, and you can name it here. Just leave it as player. Click create. So this gives us the default script here. This is just what it's auto-fills everything in. So at the top it says extends kinematic body. So that means the script is going to be assuming that this class is a kinematic body 2D, which is correct, which will let you access methods and stuff from, well, we'll get into that. But basically it lets the script know that we're a kinematic body.
Working with that, yeah.
Yeah, and then over here, I'm just going to delete these comments, but ready is called once when the game starts, basically. So that's where we can do like initializing things. And then down here we have, it's commented out, you can see process. If you remove the pound signs, that'll mean that this code will run. So this is called process. It's run every single frame, once a frame. And delta is, it passes in delta, which is the time since the last frame, and then it runs pass, which means do nothing. So it's just skipping that code.
Okay.
So what we need to do is we want to move left and right. So that's all we're going to do for now. So if we go up to the top, do you know what variables are?
No.
In code? Okay, so a variable basically stores data. So like numbers or letters or things like that. So if we type in var and we'll say move speed equals, let's say 100. So that means we're going to move at 100 pixels a second is what I want. But right now it's just a blank. It just says this. Whenever we say the word move speed, we mean the number 100. And I put 0.0 so it knows that I want numbers with fractions. Because if I were to not put that, it would assume we're storing an integer, which is a whole number, which behaves differently than fractions. So if I were to divide two integers, it would round to the nearest integer, whereas if I do .0, then it knows when you do a division, round, or don't round, keep it as a fraction. So this is how you define variables, is you just put var and then a name, and then you set it equal to something, and then it figures out what it's supposed to be based off of what you set it to be.
Okay.
So now we need to get our input. So let's see, we can do under, I don't know if we want to do it here. So if you're doing anything with physics or movement, you typically don't want to tie it to the frame rate, because if somebody's frame rate changes, like their computer's going really fast or really slow or has spikes and lag or whatever, it could result in movement glitches where somebody moves really fast or really slow based on how fast their computer is. So,
Yeah.
so what we can do is, instead of process, we'll call it physics process. And that means, so physics process runs at a set rate no matter how fast or slow your computer is. It runs exactly 60 times a second. I think it's 60 in Godot by default. So it always runs 60 times a second, and that means, yeah, so that this is where you'd want to do anything related to movement or physics. So then we need to get what direction to move in. So we can do if, and we'll type input dot is action pressed move left. Is action, oh, and input would be capital I.
Okay. Okay, now it works. Good.
Yeah. So dot is action pressed. It should be no space there.
After action, no space.
Or no space after the. Is there a space? It looks like there's a space after the dot after input.
Sure. Okay, fixed.
And then you would parentheses. Yeah. And then move left. So you can just hit the arrow. When it shows that pop-up, that's like suggestions for things to put there.
Yeah.
So you can, yeah, just arrow key down and go to move left. It's a little awkward in here. But arrow key down, or you could double click it. Yeah, and then it'll autofill. So, and then at the end, put a colon, and then you do new line. Then just hit enter to do new line, and then right now you can see it's complaining that we don't have any code in here, so we can just put pass to make it be quiet right now. And then I'll go over what this means. So basically, input is a class that has a bunch of predefined code in it, right? And if I hold control and click the word input, it'll take me to that class. So right now this is the input class, and this tells us all the code that's set up in here. So you control click on it. There you go. So this shows everything we can do here. Like, and if you look at this list, so it says like, is action just pressed, right? And then, or is action pressed, is set mouse mode, set, I don't know what most of these things are, but we can like scan over here to get a general idea, and then if you want to learn more, you can click on the actual method and it'll tell you more details of what it does. Like get action strength, returns a value between 0 and 1, representing the intensity of a given action. So if you're on a joypad, the further away the analog stick is from the dead zone, the closer the value is to 1. So
it's like
that's
gradual movement.
Yeah, so if we wanted to use that, we could, actually I think we could use this here for like our move key. It would just return a flat 0 or a flat 1 because we're using a keyboard instead of something that's analog, but we can just check if we're actually pressing the key. But yeah, this is, whenever you see a class like that, you can control click and see like everything in it. And so, yeah, and then we're just saying we do dot is action pressed. If you click back at the top right, there's an arrow that shows back.
On the top right here.
Yeah, and that'll take you back to where you were. And then of course, yeah, right where you were, this also shows where you just were, or places you have visited in the code.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it shows we were at the input class, but we're also at our custom player class. So the input, it shows, okay, we're referencing the input class, then we say dot, and then we put in the input method we want. So like, we wanted is action pressed, so we could actually go to input, look at is action pressed right here, and it says, okay, when you want to do this, it's going to say is action pressed, whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Hang on, okay, there we go. So is action pressed, so it shows right here that what's on the left, oh, that's annoying, I can't highlight it. But the part on the left here, this is what it's going to return. So that means it's going to return a Boolean or a bool, which means true or false. So it's going to return true or false based on if the action is pressed. And then over here, it's in parentheses, it says you pass in an action, which is going to be a string, which is text. String is the word for text in computer science and stuff. So, and then if I click on the actual method, I can learn more. So returns true if you're passing the action event, and yeah, gives you some more details. But yeah, now if I go back to player, we can see we defined that method, or we wrote down that name of that method, and then we pass in move left, which is what we defined that action for the A key. So if you press A on the keyboard, this whole thing will return true. If we're not pressing A, it's going to return false. And then, so that's what that does right here. But then before it, we put if, and then after we put a colon, which means it's now an if statement. So that means if this is true, it'll run this code here where it says pass. Actually, we could put, I'll put a print statement here, and then I'll put test in it, right? Parentheses, and then yeah, in quotation marks, put test. And so now I can run this scene. So if I hit F6, it'll run that scene right there. And then if you hit the A key, it'll print out test. See at the bottom, as long as you're holding A, it'll print it out. So that means this code is being reached. So it's like, okay, good. We can also do else, and then print not pressing or something. So you would want the else to be unindented. So go before it and then backspace 1.
Like that, and then
so move your cursor up to the same line that else is on, and then hit Shift Tab. There you go. That's where you want it. So the else should be in the same line as if.
Oh, right. Okay. And then I can press enter and then print not pressing?
Yeah. All right. Okay. And then if we hit F6, and then it's printing, so you can see at the bottom it's outputting not pressing.
Oh,
and
right.
if I hold A, it's outputting test. Does this whole part here make sense to you with the if statements and stuff?
Yep.
And do you understand why it's on this line here, or why it's indented here versus not indented over here?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand that.
Okay.
Why would they have to be indented?
Okay, so there's something called scope. So when you in Godot, that's determined by how indented it is. So if I hit tab, you can see it doesn't indent. I can backspace to delete it, right?
Yeah.
Or I can shift tab to backspace. So this is the outermost scope, which means if I define variables or functions or anything out here, anything inside anything else can reference those. If I were to define a variable out here, or inside the physics process, so whatever equals 1, ASD equals 1, then I can access ASD throughout this entire, anything that is within physics process and that is anything that's within physics process can now reference or do stuff with ASD. Like I could do print ASD, and then if I were to run that, if I hold 1, it prints 1. Oh, I guess I should have explained that, or how to use variables. But basically anything inside of here can reference anything out here.
Okay.
Whoops, I deleted that. But if I were to define ASD in here, right in here, then this print method could not access it, right? Like it would throw an error and say that doesn't exist. It's not in the current scope. Whereas if it were out here, I could, because it's because one, it's defined before this code is called. So if I were to put it over here, it would say that doesn't exist. And it's also it's at a higher level, or like it's less indented. Like if I were to like if I were to do another print in here, like if, I don't know, true var b equals 3 or something, then this could not print it because that's higher up. It's like basically it runs this code, it defined B, and then it's like gets to here and it's like, okay, we're done with this part, forget about B, like delete that from memory because that part's done. Does that make sense? Am I like...
Yeah, no, yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, I mean, it'll make also the more you like do code and stuff.
Yeah.
It just kind of like naturally you get to understand it more.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so okay, so we have move left here, and now we want to get move right. So I can highlight this and hit Control C, and then Control V over here. I can also just click on the line itself and hit Control C, and that'll copy that entire line. And if I do Control V, it'll paste that entire line. And then I'm just going to change left to right over here. And then I can put pass, whoops, in there. Okay, so tab to, yeah, indent, or backspace from there. There you go. So yeah, just get to what I have here.
There you go.
And you can delete the else and the print.
Where are you stating?
Line 14 and 15, you can delete those lines.
Okay.
You can also, when you click on a line, you can hit Control X and it'll cut that line.
Was that all of
them? It's close enough to what I have. So what we need to do now is get the direction to actually move. So we're going to define var move direction, and we'll just say 1. So I'm going to, in this case, 1 is going to be right, -1 is going to be left, 0 is going to be stand still. So equals 1, yeah. And then, oh wait, I don't want to do 1. Equals 0, actually.
All right.
So yeah, so default is stand still. Then if we're moving left, I'm going to say move direction minus equals 1. So yeah.
Right under move left, right?
Yeah, so just get rid of your print statements and then, yeah, put that there. So you do minus equals 1. And you want to have it indented so it'll oh, looks like you hit the insert key on your keyboard.
What?
You
wanted to indent it, right? Oh.
Yeah. On your keyboard, hit the insert key. I'm not sure where it is on yours, but when you see that underscore line, that means you're in insert mode. Yeah, okay, there you go. So, oh wait, no, put it back. Yeah, there you go. When you're in insert mode, it deletes text in front whenever you type.
Okay.
So go to where the equal sign and put a minus sign right before it.
Yep.
So, oh, looks like you have, yeah, minus equals and then a 1. So this is the same thing as saying, or it's basically saying take the move direction variable and subtract 1 from it. So in this case, if we hold down the key to move left, it's going to take move direction, which is 0, and it's going to subtract 1 from it. So now it will equal 1, or -1. And then we're going to do the same thing under move right, except we're going to do plus equals 1.
I delete the pass variable?
Yeah. Pass isn't a variable. All it means is just skip this. And
okay, right.
We just put it there as like a placeholder so that the
code stops at some point.
Or so that the code, well, because if I don't, so if I have a blank thing after the input, then it throws an error here, and you can see it throws an error, and then I won't be able to run my game. So if I want like a placeholder while I'm testing something else out, I could just put pass so that the thing doesn't get upset. Okay, so now you can clear out those empty lines on your screen. So like line 14, 16, 18, right? Just, yeah. you can also just click and hit Control X, and it'll delete that line. There you go. Yeah. So do you see what's going on here code-wise? Can you explain what's happening?
Like when it comes to when you press an action like move left, which we've set to A, like the move direction will go to, as long as it's pressed, it'll go -1, correct?
Yes, it'll equal -1.
And then is the one when you press it and then when you let it go? Is that what it is?
So it's going to be 0. So we define the variable inside the physics process. So that means every physics frame, we define this variable and we set it to be equal to 0. And then when we press move left, it's going to subtract 1 from it, so that'll equal -1. I mean, I could have basically said equals -1 like this and just set it directly equal to it.
Oh, yeah.
But I like to subtract 1 because it lets me do a neat trick, sort of. Oh, also, your line 15 should be move right. It should say move right at the end.
Oh, true. Yeah, there you
go. Okay, yeah. Sorry, continue what you're explaining it.
Yeah, so it's accordingly to how like the inputs work accordingly to the variable. So if you were to press A, you would have the move direction go accordingly to the input that you press. So if the value is 0, and then if the action is pressed with meaning A to move left, it would subtract 1. And then if you wanted to move right, it would go the opposite, right?
Yeah, it would add 1.
Yeah, it would add 1.
What would happen if you press both keys at the same time right now?
I don't know.
Okay,
both A and D?
Yeah, at the same time, what would happen? What would move direction be set to?
0.
Yep, yeah, because you subtract 1 and then you add 1.
Okay,
yeah. So if I were to just directly set move direction to be -1 or +1,
you just stand perfectly still.
Yeah, but so with this, in this case, I'm subtracting 1 and then I'm adding 1. But if I were to directly set it to be -1, like this,
yeah,
or like this, right, +1 or -1, what would happen if I pressed both keys at the same time? Can you take a guess?
It wouldn't go to 1, would it?
It would.
Okay.
Because move right's happening after move left, so it's overriding move direction and setting it to 1.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I like to have it like this because I think it makes more sense to have the character stand still. If you press
naturally, it would have. You'd think that every type would come after the equal, since it's almost like a sort of like a confirmation of it, like being like if -1 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I never would have expected it to add the value before the equals, you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is like so like a minus or a plus. Those are called operators, and so you can do like 1 + 3 or whatever. But if you want to like just directly quickly set a variable, it's like shorthand. So this is the same. Whoops. This is the same as writing that, right? Move direction equals move direction -1. That's the same thing. It's just shorthand for writing that. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have showed you that. Maybe, I don't know if that's like a beginner-friendly thing to show, but it just.
I know. Yeah. No, but this obviously you want to make it more compact.
Yeah. It's more readable. Yeah, less wordy. Okay, so we have the direction we're moving in. Now we need to actually move. So there's a method. So if we have this kinematic body 2D class, we can control click on it and see what methods we have. So control click that. So if you scroll down, there's a bunch of different methods here. Specifically, we want these three. So if you look at, there's move and collide, move and slide with, move and slide, and then move and slide with snap. So move and collide is like the most basic. So it just moves, and then it will move your character in a direction by an amount, and then it will, when it hits something, it stops. Move and slide, I mean, you can click on them and see more details on what they do. It goes in depth. Move and slide will move until you hit something, and then it'll slide along that surface. So for example, if you run like into a wall, like imagine a top-down game, and you run into a wall at an angle, with move and collide, you would just stop. But with move and slide, you would run into the wall, and then you would slide along it a bit too. So that's typically better for most character movement, is to use move and slide because it feels more intuitive to the player. And then move and slide with snap is typically used in platformer games, where if you're like running on sloped surfaces, it will, if you run to the right, imagine, and then the slope goes down a little bit, instead of like flying through the air, you'll like snap to the ground when you run down the slope, and it'll auto account for that. We're just going to use move and slide because it's simpler to work with right now.
Yeah.
So we go to player, so we're going to just type move and slide, and then and then parentheses. Double click or hit enter when you have it highlighted. Yeah, and now you can see a pop-up that shows you what it needs here. So there's a whole bunch of things. What we just need is linear velocity, and then the up direction is what we need. So do you know what 2D vectors or 3D vectors are? Do you know what vectors are in general?
Yeah.
So explain what a 2D vector would be.
Is it in accordance to like graphics?
Yeah, it could be graphics or just like a position in a two-dimensional world.
I'm thinking according to like Adobe Illustrator or something like that, like obviously like a vector graphics or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. So like
this would obviously differ in accordance to the objects or whatever.
So like imagine a vector is like either a position or a direction. So like imagine you have what's the quickest paint thing I can get up? So imagine you have a grid, right?
Yeah.
And you can define positions on that. So you could be like, all right, let's say, I didn't want that to be red. Let's see. Okay, so you have, let's say, oh, damn. That's annoying. It like changes the color while you're. Okay, so we have this. We have this grid. There, brush. Oh, come on. Change the color on me.
Sound like old school paint.
Yeah, I just want something that loads quick. Okay, so we have our grid here, and we can say that we have all these squares on it. So let's say that right here at the, I made a red and green line. We can define these as like position 0. Yeah. So this is 0, 0. So it's 0 on, we can call the red one X, which is horizontal, and the green one Y, which is vertical. So, and then you can go up, this is 1, this is 2, this is -1. Actually, it's reversed in Godot, so I'll do, this is -1, this is -2, this is 1, this is 2, right? And then on the X, this would be 1, this would be 2, -1, -2.
Okay.
And then any position in this world can be defined by 2 numbers, right? Like this over here is 2 on the X and 1 on the Y. So that gives, right here, that gives us this position. And then we can get, like, I don't know, even in between positions, like this would be -1.5 on the X and negative like, wait, this position right here, I guess. This would be negative 1.5 on the y, for example, right? So that's that position. So you understand how the positions work?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you can also count it as a direction. So imagine a line pointing from 0 to that position, right? So that's, or an arrow pointing from there to there. So that gives us a direction. So when you have your character, you can imagine, okay, we have our position, which is defined by a 2D vector. We also want to move it. So if our position's here, and we want to move it to here, we can have a movement vector that's added, or we have this arrow that's just this travel direction, and we add it to the position, and we get the new position. So what we want right now is we don't need to worry about its position. We have a movement method. All we need to pass in is how much we want to move it per second. Movement slide goes by per second. So we just want to move horizontally. So we're just going to pass in an x value of our move speed times the direction, because our direction is going to be 0, 1, or positive or negative 1. So if it's a 1, that means we're going to move to the right. If it's negative 1, we move to the left.
The left, yeah.
But it requires you to have a 2D vector as the input for our movement, but we're just going to leave y as 0. Does that all make sense?
Yeah. So how would that be accordingly to like slopes and stuff? Like, would you have to change the vector the vector then? Like the direct?
No, because for A and D, we're only moving horizontally, right? We only move left and right, flat left and right. And you can, like, move and slide with snap that I told you about. That would automatically snap you to the slope, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. But you're always going to move the same speed left or right. That's typically how any platformer game works, even like 3D platformers, like Super Mario. You're moving across like slopes and surfaces, but you're still moving the same direction horizontally always.
Okay.
Pretty much. There's no need to like complicate it and like get the angle, the slope you're on, and move at a set speed down that slope. It's just it's not really noticeable to the player, and it's just it's a lot more work. So we'll define a 2D vector. This will be var move vec, say, and I'll put vector 2 and then parentheses. And those should both be unindented, the lines 17 and 18. You can just hit Shift Tab on both lines.
Both move and slide and...
Yeah, you want them to be just one indentation. That means they're part of just physics process. They're not counted as being inside the if statement. Because if you had them the way they were before, that code would only get run when you're holding the move right key.
Right.
Vector 2, yeah. And it should be capital, the vector. Capital V, and no space between R and 2. Yeah. Okay, and then we need to put in what the X is and what the Y is. So our X in here is just going to be our move direction times our move speed. And so for times, it's the symbol above 8. You would hit Shift 8 on your keyboard. And then times move speed. And then we need to set the Y, so you do a comma, and then hit 0. Yeah, comma, and then 0. Yeah. And then you can copy move vector into move and slide.
Oh, I spelled move. I spelled it with a S, not a V.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really matter what its name. It's just for whatever's readable to you.
All right. So move and slide, or
put it in the parentheses. So now that's actually all it needs. Move and slide just needs what our movement vector is, but it's going to by default assume that there is no, I guess, up direction. There's no floor. It's not going to assume that there's any direction that's up, so it's not going to be able to do correct like slide calculations. So we can just hit comma, and we'll put in a vector 2, and then put period, and then up in all capitals. and then dot, and then up. Yeah. So you notice that vector 2, it's highlighted the same way that input is. That means vector 2 is also a class. And if I hit control and click on it, you can see, I mean, there's a bunch of methods in here for doing linear algebra, math stuff, vector math. And then there's also constants, which are predefined values. So like one of these is vector2.up, which is just a vector 2 that's 0 on the x and -1 on the y. So it's just a vector that points straight up. So we can just access that to use for when we're calling move and slide here. And I think, okay, so we can put our player in the scene and we should be able to move now. So if you go over to world, oh yeah, we'll get it working and then you can go over anything. So yeah, click your world scene at the top left. And then you click 2D to get out of the script view at the middle top.
Yeah.
And then click the world node here. And then click, see this, I don't know what this symbol is supposed to be.
I think it's like a chain.
Yeah, so you click that, and then you'll see all your scenes you've created, and one of them is player, so you can double click that. And then there's your player. And then, oh yeah, you can use scroll wheel to zoom in and out, and middle mouse click and drag to like move around.
Yeah,
so
I'm more familiar with that. Yeah.
Okay, and then just move your player wherever you want on the scene. Make sure, oh wait, there's no gravity, so it doesn't really matter. And then we can hit F6 will run this scene, but you can also hit F5, and that will let you choose a main scene. So like, I'll hit that, select a main scene, and then choose world. Yeah, just double click that or hit open. And then, yeah, so that's, oh right, the camera. So the default camera is set like over, yeah, if you just close that. If you zoom out a bit, and if you hide the grid view, you can see there's like a blue line. You might have to zoom. Yeah, you see that blue line? That's the default camera view. So we can add in your own camera since you have your stuff kind of off the screen. So you just hit Control A, add a node. Actually, let's add it on the player because you probably want the camera on the player. So go to your player scene. Go to the actual scene. You can also click on the player. See that there's like a little, I don't know what that is, like a movie like cut symbol. Yeah, click that and it'll switch to the player scene. So, and then you'll hit Control A on the player and type in camera. Go click on camera 2D. And then, so that gives you a camera node. If you zoom out, you can see the camera bounds. If you zoom out farther, see the, yeah, that's showing what the camera sees. And then also with the camera, click current over there, make sure that's checked all the way on the right. Click current up like 3. Yeah, there you go. So that's the current camera now. And then don't have to worry about anything else for now. We'll just have that. So then you can run your scene again and your camera should be centered on your player. You can just hit F5. Yeah. So there you go. Now if we hit A and D, you should move.
Oh yeah, look.
Yeah, you can see you're moving now. And you didn't set up any slopes on your scene, but you can see on mine, if I hit this slope, I move up it, right? I slide up it pretty well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, like that. So let's do gravity, I guess. Or actually, is there anything here that you're like confused by and you want to ask questions about in the current code?
Regarding the code, no. For the most part, it's pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of doing it more than over time. You know what I mean? So that way you could beat into your head like how the general behavior of it works, right? But no, I think it makes enough sense to me where on how the inputs work.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, it took like I think like 2 or 3 weeks of watching tutorials before I like kind of like got it a little bit. All right, so we want to do gravity and jumping. So if you go hit your player, you can hit, either script, or you can, when you're on your player node, see the player node I have here, there's a little script next to it. I can click that little paper thing next to the player node. Right there.
here.
Yeah, if you click that, it opens the script as well. So let's
Okay.
define gravity. So I'm going to say var gravity equals, I think we'll say 98 pixels, right? So 98 pixels per second is going to be the acceleration from gravity. And then I want to do, we're going to do some physics here because it makes everything feel better. We're going to do var velocity, and this is going to be a blank vector2. So if I just do velocity equals vector2 and then parentheses, that'll give you a vector2 that has 0 as the x and 0 as the y. So that means our velocity is 0 horizontally and vertically right now. And then one more, we'll do var jump force, I'll call it, and I'll set it to like around 200 or something. All right, so now what we want to do is, let me see. So instead of move vec down here, we can set, we'll say velocity dot x is equal to move direction times move speed. And then we can just delete our current move vector. And I'll put velocity in there. I'll just guide you through as you write it. So yeah, move direction times move speed. And then delete the line that has move vector on it.
All of it?
Yeah. Oh, something's mistyped on your screen. Oh, I think, did you mistype move vector? Or move direction?
I added a plus here by mistake. Wait, what happened here?
Yeah, just retype.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
All right, there you go. And then replace, in the move and slide, replace move vector with velocity. So, yeah, just paste that over. Yeah, velocity. You can just hit enter when it brings the highlight up. Okay, so now it's setting our velocity x. So this is doing the same thing as before, but now we can do, let's see, we want to do velocity x, we want to do velocity y. So velocity dot y, so we're going to access the vertical component of the velocity, and we're going to set that to equals, actually we're going to set it to subtract gravity times delta. So minus equal gravity times delta. So delta is the time since the last frame. So it's going to, it's just basically applying downwards acceleration to our velocity. If you're,
Okay.
Do you know what the kinematic equations are? Did you ever learn about that?
No.
So it's basic physics equations for determining, I guess, generic Newtonian physics stuff. Like if I throw a ball at this speed with this much acceleration or something, where is it going to land, right? This is the start position, this is the end. So that's just a good thing to look up eventually if you want to get more in-depth on game dev, is just to learn the kinematic equations. But in this case, we're just accelerating downwards, and that's what this does. We get the time since the last frame, times our gravity, subtract that by our velocity. So now we'll have gravity affecting us. Actually, if I run the scene right now, oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way, because negative is up, I always forget. I'd actually have to do plus equals gravity. So now if I run it with plus equals, you can see I move down always. But one problem with this is that it's continually applying the gravity. So like eventually it's applying a massive amount of gravity now because it just keeps increasing the force downwards. So what I want to do is I need to check if I'm on the ground. And then if I do, just set my current velocity to be a very low amount. So like I can do if is on floor, So this is a method that if is on floor, it returns true if the bottom of your character is touching something, and false if you're not. So it just tells if you're on the ground or not. So what I can do here is just set velocity y to equal 0 if we're on the floor. So yeah, in there you would set it to be 0.
Oh, 0.
Yeah. So the order here is actually kind of important because is on floor returns true or false based on if you collided with a floor the last frame. And just basically it sees what you've collided with and sees if the bottom of your character collided with something that is within a certain slope. So if you like hit a really steep slope, it doesn't count you as being on a floor. But it only updates after move and slide is called, or even if it was called the previous frame, right? So what happens is if we didn't have any negative, like if we didn't have any downward velocity, this would not hit anything on the floor and would assume it's false. So right now I've set velocity to be 0, and then literally the next line down, we apply a little bit of gravity. So that way it will still have a little bit of downward momentum. So
Okay.
that way it'll still update if it's on the floor or not. So now if I run it, if I hit F5, you can see my character is able to move up and down the slopes. You actually see I'm kind of bouncing down the slopes because I'm kind of, the character is lightweight. Yeah, you see that? Like down the,
Okay.
it gets a little air time there. If I had done move and slide with snap, that wouldn't happen. But I'm not worried about it for this right now. But yeah, it's maintaining like a set, it doesn't like accumulate gravity when I stand still. So next up we can do jumping. So all we're gonna do for jump is we just check where we're gonna put this. I'll put it up here. If input.isAction just pressed jump, then we're gonna say velocity dot y equals jump force. So you want to do just pressed. So is action pressed is returns true every single frame that you're holding down a button. Is action just pressed returns true on the only once on the frame that you actually press the key down.
So if
Input dot is action underscore just underscore pressed.
okay.
Just goes after action.
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you would put parentheses jump.
Okay, there you are. Okay.
Oh, and yeah, you want the quotations. And then input should be capital I. There you go. Okay, so now it's going to return true on the frame that we press the jump key, which is spacebar. So then you just set velocity y to equal our jump force. Oh wait, that should be negative jump force since negative is up. So yeah, just you can put a minus sign in front of the word jump force. But there is one problem here. So basically what's going on is saying, okay, set our velocity to be jump force, but then 2 lines down is checking if we're on the ground, and then it's resetting our velocity. So what's going to happen is if we're on the ground and we press jump, it's going to see we're on the ground, and then it's going to overwrite what we just did and set it to 0. So just cut this and move it above it so that that gets called before.
Put it above the is action just press jump.
Yeah. Or, I mean, not that part, put lines 23 and 24.
Okay.
No, you would leave velocity.y equals negative jump force goes after the if is action just pressed. It's so just hit Control Z a few times. Control Z, couple more times. There, yeah, one more. No, wait. Now indent that line. Indent. So just go, yeah, put the minus sign there and then indent the line once.
Can there be any space after the minus, or just minus jump force?
I think it probably could have a space, but I don't think it matters. But go to the beginning of the line and hit tab. That way it's, yeah, now it's inside the if statement. And then highlight 24 and 25, highlight both those lines.
Done.
And then Control X. And then go to line 20 and Control V. Yeah. So now it resets your velocity if you're on the ground, and then the frame after it'll set the velocity if you're jumping. So now if you run, wait, is that?
I'm getting an error on 23. Space is used before tabs on the line.
Oh, yeah, get rid of that. Wait, where is this space? Just hit backspace until you get to all the way to the left. And now hit tab twice. There you go. Oh, you need a colon at the end of the line too.
Yeah.
All right, now if you run the scene, if you hit jump, your character will jump. It's pretty floaty right now. We can change the jump force and the gravity and stuff. But now try hitting space while you're in the air. Yeah.
Oh, no, you're just continuously.
Yeah, it lets you infinity jump. So we'll have to add a ground check. Also, I'm going to turn up the gravity to like 200 because it's too floaty. Oh, it's still too floaty. Hang on. I like to have really like sharp gravity. Trying to figure out a good amount. So 500, maybe 400 on the jump force.
400 on the jump force?
I'm just messing around with different values. You can try changing them. Just, yeah, give yourself different values. I like things that are like sharp and responsive and give. Let's see. Oh, also here's a trick I forgot to mention. At the beginning of your variable, you can type export. So like next to move speed, I can type export. I can do that on gravity, and we'll put that on jump force as well. And now, yeah, like so. There you go. Now, if you go to your player scene and you click the node here, so just all the way on the left, yeah, just click the player node. Now on the right, you can see you can actually set those values from here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You could also set them in this world scene. If you go to world scene, if you click the player,
right on.
You can
right
also
here.
set them, but that would just set them only for this scene, like only for the instance of the player right here. Like if you were to have the player node in another scene, it would still have whatever the defaults were. But if you set them in the player node scene itself from the editor, then it'll be the same across every level that they're in. Okay, so we have these set. Now we just need to check if we're on the floor. So what I can do is actually just copy this part where it says is on floor, line 20 for you. So don't include the if part, just get the part where it says is on floor.
Yep.
And then you can put it right after your jump. You can type and is on floor. Or yeah, paste. You'll need to get rid of the colon before the and. There you go. Yeah. So now when we jump, it'll check if we're on the floor before it applies the jump force. So now if you run it, you'll see we can't jump when we're in the air.
All right.
All right, so we have basic platformer movement now. So we can I guess, let's see, you want to do shooting and aiming?
Yeah, why not?
So let's see, how are we gonna set this up? So for aiming and shooting, we want to get the angle from the player to the mouse, and we need to rotate a gun. So let's add in a new node here. So on the player, Control A, add in a new node.
Oh, hold on. On the player world player.
Just go into the player scene, yeah, and then add in the node, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So add in a node 2D. So this is just a blank 2D node. There's nothing special about it. It just has a position and a rotation and a scale, basically. So this is going to be, let's say, our, I don't know, weapon base, we'll call it. So this will be what weapons go under. And so you can see in the scene itself here, there's a little cross thing where it is.
Yeah.
So we can move that up, since probably you'd want the arm or like the rotation point for the guns to be up more higher on the player, so you can just move it straight up to like right there. And then I'm going to add another node I'll call gun as a child of that. So just select the weapons base, Control A, node 2D, and then name it gun, I guess. Yeah. So like if I wanted multiple guns, I could like have like a machine gun, like it would be like shotgun, you know, pistol, whatever. I could name it like that. That's kind of,
Okay.
I go for like typically modular setups like this, but in this case we'll just have one gun called gun. And I'll add a sprite under it and put the icon on it, and I'll scale it something like this. And you want to make sure it's a child of the gun node.
But
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, like that. And if
Okay.
you select the gun, make sure that the X is like, or make sure that the sprite, yeah, is like at a good point. So if you rotate the weapons base, you can see that it's rotating everything here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also you could change the color of this if you want. Just visibility, modulus. I'll give it like green or something. Visibility under canvas item. Yeah.
Make it purple.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So we want to rotate this. So if we go into our code, into our script,
Yep.
we need to first we need a reference to our weapons base. So we're going to type in up at the top, on ready var weapon base. Equals, and then you'll do $ weapon base. And you can have it autocomplete, yeah. Just hit enter there. Yeah. So on ready means when the scene loads, run this, because you can't get a reference to a node until the scene loads, so you always have to, if it's outside here like this, it's not in a method, you have to type on ready before the variable name. But yeah, now this variable weapon base references our weapon base node here. So now we can have it rotate to face our mouse. So to do that, let's define a method for that. So if you go in the script, go down to the bottom here, and we'll type function, or just func, and we'll call it, I don't know, point weapon at mouse. You could call it something else, like, I don't know, face mouse or something. Point weapon at mouse, there you go, yeah. And then new line. There you go. Okay, so this is going to be where we do all the math and stuff for handling pointing the weapon base at the mouse. So what we need to do is we need to get the position, well, we need to get the angle between these 2 points. And so there's some trigonometry and stuff that is involved, but it's not really important to understand it. All we need to do is we need to get a vector that points from the weapon base to the mouse position. So we can do var vec to mouse, I'll call it, and this will be equal to we get global mouse position minus weapon base dot global position.
Oops. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that looks good. So what this does is, so weapon base global position, that gives the weapon base's position in global coordinates, and then we also get the mouse's position in global coordinates. And then if you have 2 points, you can get the direct, or you can get a line pointing from one to the other by subtracting the goal point from the start point. So in this case, the mouse position minus the weapon's position, now that gives us a line pointing, from one to the other. So we have a vector pointing to the mouse position. Does that make sense, or is that too wordy? I could do like a diagram.
Global precision is like obviously like more than just the scene, right? Like it's all throughout.
So like
The mouse.
Global position would be like, local position is like, so this gun, its local position is 0, right? If I look under transform, it's 0 because it hasn't moved relative. That's its position relative to the weapon base, whereas global is relative to the entire scene, right? So like this is 0 globally. So its weapon's position globally is actually like, I don't know, -27 or something, right, on the Y.
Okay.
And then, oh, somebody in chat said destination minus me. That gives you the vector pointing at some. So if my mouse is up here, that's this point, and then our gun position is over here. We get this line pointing this way to the mouse by taking the destination position minus the gun position.
Okay.
And then trigonometry, basically there's something you can do where if you treat this like a triangle, a right triangle, so this would be like the long side, and you have one side like this and one side like this, you can get this angle here. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor very well. But
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay, so yeah, we can get the angle here by using arctangent, which you would just do, I think it's, I always like mix them up, but I think it's atan to, and I think it's vector to mouse dot, it's one of these, vector to mouse dot x dot y, or I might have to like switch these. But basically I do weapon base dot global rotation equals arctangent of this vector. You have to pass in the x and the y separately. So
I won't be putting that one though, right?
No, you can. I'm not sure if it's going to have the correct angle, but I'll just mess with it after. But it'll give some angle that's almost correct. And then global rotation, yeah.
And then
I know there's an angle method directly in vectors, but it never works right when I use it, so I always use the trigonometry way.
mistake right there. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So now we have to
Very
actually.
responsive. So all things considered, it'll tell you where you messed up.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what's nice about editors. But the worst part is when they don't tell you, because sometimes that happens and it's like error. It's like where?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have to actually run this method here, right? So we can just get the name of it and put it right there with the parentheses. So that's going to get called within physics process. There you go.
There you
yeah. Do you understand what's going on with functions, like how that works?
Not clearly, but I
Okay.
think that overall it's more like you're speaking, you're obviously talking to the system. You're just trying to give it like a command, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like with if this happens or whatever, and pass and variables and all this function, you're obviously just having like a kind of like direct command. With everything after is obviously like the connection to the command that you're giving. That, I mean, obviously with the colors, with all the color variables that it has within the language, it makes sense like that. Those would obviously be on a higher hierarchy than everything else.
Okay.
Where like obviously it wouldn't work without the variables or the if functions and all that stuff.
Okay. So like the way I think of a function is it's basically like a stand-in for, so like we wrote all this code here, right? And when we say this, when we call this function, it's the exact same thing as if I were to copy paste this code in here and delete that, right? But I like to have it in a separate method like this because, well, one, if we wanted to call this multiple times in different spots, you know, we could do that, and it would be a lot easier than copying and pasting this in 5 different spots.
No, true.
And then also, if we wanted to change something, like let's say I'm like, oh, actually I got this wrong, I want to put a minus sign there. Then if I had copy and pasted this in like 5 different spots, I would have to go to all 5 of those spots and then put minus signs in each one of those spots. So this lets me very easily like duplicate code, and it also makes it easier to read because it's like I have a set spot where it's like this handles pointing the gun at the mouse. That's it. That's all this does, and it's just in this one area, this is where I'm going to handle that.
Okay, yeah.
So it's kind of like just a readability thing also. Duplication and readability.
Yeah, so you don't have all that clutter.
Exactly. So let's test and see if this works now. So if I just run the scene, you can see, okay, so I did get it wrong. You can see it's flipped, right?
Yeah.
So I just need to mess with the values, figure out which one I got wrong. I forget if it might be Y and then X. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it is Y. So it'd be Y then X, not X then Y.
All right, it'll be harder that way.
There you
Okay,
go.
now
Yeah.
we're good.
Okay, so now we have the gun pointing at it. So now we can actually make it shoot. So let's see. Do you want to do hit scan or do you want to do projectiles?
That's a good question. I don't know. I guess we could do hit scans. A projectile sounds like a physical nightmare, a physics nightmare.
It's a little more work. It's not like a whole lot more work, but it is a little more.
Whichever you think is appropriate, I think I'm down for whichever.
I'm trying to think, because if I did hit scan, it's like easy to see, but then, or it's easy to do, but then to visualize it is, because you'd have to like make it like spawn a hit particle so you know what it hit. I mean, we're gonna have to do that either way, but it's like, if we're spawning stuff, I might as well already just do projectiles. But then projectiles have like some annoying stuff you have to handle, and I'm like, what?
Okay, yeah, whichever is fine by me. I'm gonna make this. Can I make this platform a little bit bigger?
Oh
I
yeah,
guess
yeah.
I didn't take into account just how small it was. Now I'm just like walking on an extremely small island here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Like change your setup however you want. Make a big level with lots of stuff to do. or lots of stuff to like move around on.
There we go. Here we go. I was like, damn, I didn't give myself no space. Here's the other ground right here. I'm gonna rotate it. Yeah, there we go.
And you can duplicate with Control D if you want to make more.
D, yeah. I gotta make mine more impressive than yours.
You're the professional artist here.
Yeah. It is going on Steam after today.
It is.
All right, so if we were to run it now, okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, now you got more stuff to do. Like, and you can try going up the slope. Yeah, yeah.
All right, perfect.
So yeah, let's just do hit scan because that's easier. So what we want is we're going to create a raycast. So if we can just use a node for this, that's the easiest. So if you go under gun,
yep,
and hit Control A, and then type in raycast and click raycast 2D. And then this is really dumb, but for some reason it's disabled by default. So if you go over to the top right, make sure you click enabled so that it will be enabled. And then you can see here there's an arrow pointing straight down. So that's basically it's pointing a line straight down. Go over to cast 2 over here.
Right. 2, right.
Yeah, and so you can see it's pointing to Y50 relative to the player right now. So change that to be 0 on the Y and let's say 50 on the X. And now you can see now it's pointing to the right.
Okay, there you go.
And I mean, we'd probably want it to be able to shoot pretty far, at least off screen. So if I change it to like 1,000, you can see now it's pointing off screen.
The arrow would extend.
Yeah. So basically what we can do with this is we can just reference it and it'll say whatever the line is touching. So if I go up to debug at the top left, you can do visible collision shapes. And then if we run the scene, you can see the line is attached to the gun, right?
True, yeah, I see that.
And then it'll just see basically the first shape that intersects with the line, and we can get the exact position and some in what it's intersecting with, and use that to do like hit stuff, right?
Okay, perfect.
So I'm going to turn off the debug view here, but we want to reference to that. Well, actually, we want to make this modular. So we're going to make the gun separate. It's going to have its own code. So if you click the gun node, click the add script thing at the top. Yeah, right there. And now we're going to add a gun script. So just clear out everything in here. And then we want to get a reference to the raycast, so we'll do onReady var raycast equals $raycast 2D.
$.
And then we're going to have function fire. So this will handle all the logic for firing the gun in here.
Perfect.
And then in here we can do, let's see, we're going to do raycast dot is colliding, and this will be in an if statement. So first we just want to see, is the raycast colliding with anything? So it's just going to check, is the line coming out of the raycast hitting anything.
It didn't show up as a drop down.
Why is that? Why are you getting weird?
Raycast 2D relative to...
raycast is not capitalized on your the R. No, on line 3. It's got to be. It has to have the exact same case as the node name.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, see, and the D needs to be capitalized also. Okay, so now, and then the,
I forgot if.
yeah,
There you go.
so if, it should be good. Oh, there you go. Okay, so now if we're colliding, we want to do raycast dot get collider, we'll say dot name. I think I can do that, yeah, dot name. And we'll say, we'll print that. So right now we're just gonna print the name of whatever we're pointing at, basically. Get collider. Is it not?
And then
It's still throwing errors for you. Relative. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah. We'll see what happens when it runs it.
what's after name? I can't quite see.
Parentheses. I can make this bigger.
Yeah, well, that's, like I can do that.
Alright, so something's throwing errors for you. I can't.
Let me see.
Maybe it's just leftover. Raycast 2D relative. Maybe it's just a bug. Alright, so now we need to get a reference to our gun script. So if we go back to our player, we can say onReady var gun equals weapon base gun, like so. Yeah, and just if you click the thing, it'll auto get the case sensitive right when it does the drop down. Okay, so now we want to, we didn't define a fire method or input. So go up to project and then project settings, then input map, and type in fire. And yeah, at the top, no, at the next to action at the top left.
On the top left, right here.
Click that,
Yeah.
type in fire, and then hit enter. Yeah. And then click plus, and then mouse button, and it should be left button by default. Mouse button. Mouse.
Oh, mouse
yeah.
button, right. Okay.
So it's left mouse button by default, and then just hit add. So now we have the fire method defined there, and hit OK. So now what we want to do. So this is not physics dependent, so I'm not going to put it in physics process. I'm going to just do process. So this gets run every frame, and we'll just do if input dot is action just pressed fire. Then we're going to go. Oh, wait for you to write that.
That's capitalized.
Yeah, input dot is action just pressed. You can also copy it from where you typed in jump. So fire, and then we're going to do gun dot fire. So it's just accessing the gun node, and then it calls the fire method we defined.
Oh, I put the wrong.
Why are you getting so much error spam? Maybe, hopefully that's just a bug. We'll see when we run the.
It's mostly according to the gun.
Yeah.
Gun script.
Just hit run and let's see what happens here. Oh, it's working. Oh, but you are getting. Yeah, you're still getting some error spam. If you click, does it do anything? If you're like pointing at something and click. Oh, attempt to call fire on null instance. Okay, so gun is null. It's unable to get. What's going on? Can you? Let's see. So you're getting
errors here.
node not found. Weapon-based gun relative to root world player. Wait, huh? Okay, go to your player script real quick.
All right.
It's saying gun equals weapon-based gun slash gun. Oh, base is not capitalized next to weapon base on gun.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So just get the right case. Now try running it, see if it works. And attempt to call. Okay, raycast. Oh, C is not capital on raycast. There you go. Now run it.
Yeah, you.
Oh.
Oh, now it gave me 2 more things over there. Okay.
Okay, now try running it.
All right.
Okay, so now you see when you click, it's just saying player. That means it's colliding with the player, which we don't want. So it shouldn't, obviously we don't want the gun to collide with itself. Now, if you go to the gun, or to the raycast node here, you can see it says exclude parent, and that's checked by default, but because the player kinematic body is not the direct parent of the raycast, that's not working. But we can set it to ignore certain bodies. We
like
can just
player?
Yeah, we'll have to set it manually though, through code. So I'm gonna go on the gun script and I'll add a method called function set bodies to ignore and bodies, and then yeah, like so. Bodies to ignore, yes. And then yeah, so this will be an array, so we can loop through an array, and the way you do that would be for body in bodies, and then we can do stuff inside this loop. So the format for a loop, basically a loop is going to say, so we're going to pass in a list of bodies in case the player had more than one thing to ignore. Like if you had the player and then there was like, I don't know, another physical object attached to the player that you didn't want the gun to be able to hit, you could pass that in as well. So there's a whole list of kinematic bodies or something to ignore. So it's going to go take that list, and then we do for body and bodies, and it's going to go through every entry in that list, and it'll give us a value called body for each entry, and then we can do something to each one of those entries. So in this case, we're going to do raycast.add, add exception, and then we add, I think it's add exception. Let me check the add exception. Yeah, add collision. Yeah, okay. So add exception, and we put body. And so that's going to add a collision exception for that body. So it's not going to count as colliding with that. It's not going to think that it can collide with that. So yeah, that's what you got. You can delete line 7 if you want.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, so we add the exception. Now we have to actually pass or call this method. So we're going to go to player. This part's a little annoying. So we're going to do under our ready method. So this is called at the beginning of the scene here. So we're going to do gun dot set bodies to ignore, and we want to pass in our self as a list. So yeah, to ignore, and then delete everything after. Yeah. So you're going to put square brackets around self. So an array works like this. It's like if I were to do like var, I don't know, temp or something equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So this is an array of integers. So it's square brackets, and then there's 5 numbers in it, which I've set to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that means there's 4 things in the array. If I just wanted 1, I would do like self, right? So right now, this is an array with 1 thing in it, or it's a list of 1 thing, or a list that only has 1 entry, and that's self, which is just a reference to the player itself. In this case, if we wanted to pass something else in, we could pass in, the weapon base or something. So it's like if for whatever reason we had collision on the weapon base, we would pass that in as well to be like ignore this and ignore self. But in this case, we just want to ignore ourselves, so we're going to pass in a list with just 1 thing in it.
Okay.
I probably made that too complicated. I should have just done 1 collision exception, but oh well.
No, yeah, this is good.
I wanted to introduce loops at some point because that's an important programming thing. Okay, so we're setting it to ignore ourselves, but I'm not sure this is going to work. Let me just run this and see what happens. Did it? Oh, it did work. Okay, cool. So now if you point at things and click on them, it'll print the name of, static body, right? Yeah. And if you want to make it more readable, I could go to these static bodies in here and I could give it like, each one could get like a unique name, right? And then I could click it and then I can see that it's pointing at different ones, right? So it's getting the one that I'm clicking at, or I'm aiming at when I click. But that's not very exciting. Let's like make it shoot sparks when at the point that we hit at. Yeah. So let's make some sparks. That's going to be the main thing. So make a new scene, and we'll 2D scene, and we'll call it sparks, and save that. So now let's add a particles node. So particles 2D. Yeah, next one down. There you go. So particles 2D, and then so this is what handles particles in Godot, is the particles node, and it's kind of annoying to get set up, but if you go over to here where it says process material, click new particles material. So that one. Yeah, and then so now you can see some dots falling. So if we click the actual process material here, you click this thing, this gives us a bunch of stuff we can mess it with. So like under gravity, I do want gravity, so I'll leave that on. Direction, let's give us some initial velocity. So I'm going to say like 50. So now you can see it's shooting to the right. If I change the initial velocity, I want to change it to shoot I guess in all directions, right? So if I go under direction, I'm gonna change spread to be whatever the max value is, so I can just drag this to top, so that's 180. Yeah, so now it's shooting in all directions. And I want it to be kind of explosive, so if I go up under, I think it's under time, at the very top, all the way at the top.
I'm right here? Oh, there's another time.
Yeah, there's another one, so it's kind of annoying. So under here you can mess with explosiveness, and so I'll just drag that all the way up. Tiny bit. And then I'll also turn up the amount maybe to like 16 or something. Okay, so now we can, this is what it's going to look like when a bullet hits something. It's going to shoot these sparks out. So I should mess with it a little bit to make it look better, look more natural. So if I go under initial velocity, first I'll change it to have some randomness. So like, let's say, I don't know, 50% randomness. So if you go under initial velocity, there's velocity random right underneath the velocity.
Yep.
So the random, basically zero would mean no randomness at all. Everything moves at the exact same speed. 1 means everything has a completely random value from 0 to whatever value we set. So some of them could have a velocity of 0, some of them could have a velocity of 50. If I put it at 0.5, then some of them could have 25 to 50, I think. I think that's how it works. But yeah, so I'll just put like, I don't know, 0.7 or something. So there's some randomness to it. I'm going to turn up the initial velocity. And then also I'm going to change the time, the lifetime at the top, because it's like sparks. It should go, I feel like it should go quicker. Something like 0.4. Yeah. And then we can, let's see, we can set the color. There's like a bunch of different things you can mess with down here, so.
Be like, I don't know.
Yeah, so you can do a color like a yellow or something, but you can also do a color ramp, which is the color over time. So if you click next to color ramp, yeah, right there, click new gradient texture, then click that, and then new gradient. And then click the gradient, and then now you can click these little bars here, and then you can change the color of it. So like I could do like that, and then I click the other one and change that to have its own color. Like, I mean, I think, wait, what?
Oh, true. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, and you can click inside and do like third or fourth color or something, like if I wanted to. But and then you right click to delete it. But yeah, I don't know, pick a color that looks natural. You can also, if you change the alpha over here, you can make it fade out. Like, usually what I'd do is, like, if I want something to fade out, I'd have it alpha of 0 on the last part, and then put like a third one in between or something. So like fades out quickly right at the end.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, this is just artistic stuff you mess around with, figure out what you like. You could also do scale, so like right here I have the option of changing the scale of the particles. And I could do a scale curve, just like I did with the gradient. You can like add in a curve over here. So new curve, click that. And then you click that, yeah. And then you can mess with this, so like you start at 0 and get bigger, or start at 1 and get smaller. Like you can move around the points and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you can add in new points. So yeah, that's one thing. I could change the size so you can see it better. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll probably do like size of 2 or something. But yeah, this is fine for right now, I think. This is, again, something you could just mess around with artistically.
Must be trying to see what it looks like if I made it really big.
Yeah. Okay, so this is good. Now we want to actually spawn this wherever we hit, but we need to think about what happens when it spawns. So it's going to spawn, we just want the sparks to shoot once, so I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click one shot. So that means, so if you go up to the top right,
One shot right here.
yeah, so that means it'll, when you do emitting, it'll run once and then turn off.
And that's it. Yeah.
So that's what we'd want. Now when we actually spawn the scene, we can add in also Control A and do a timer. Control A and then timer. And then, so with the timer selected all the way on the right, there's a wait time, so that means the timer will run for 1 second, and then it sends out a signal at the end. And I think 1 second's fine, but if you wanted, you could do 2 or 3. And then I'm just going to do auto start. So that means that timer will automatically start when the scene is created. And then when it's done, when the timer is done, I want it to delete this node. So I'm going to go over to node here, this node tab, the top right. And so there's a timeout signal here. So there's a bunch of different signals on different methods, and basically the way they work is you can optionally connect to them to different functions on methods to have them, I don't know, it's extra detail of things you can do. So in this case, timeout's called when it, or sent out when the timer reaches 0. So I can go down here and click connect. And then, let's see, we want to connect it to Sparks, but it's not letting, because there's no script on anything, it doesn't let us connect to anything. So I can just click advanced here, and then select the Sparks node, and we're going to have it call, if you type down here, receiver method, queue free. This is a method that's on every node, and it basically deletes it. So queue free, yeah. So I'll delete it at the end of the frame, and I just click connect. So now, once this Spark scene is instanced, the timer method will wait 2 seconds and then call delete, right? So it'll auto delete after it gets spawned.
Okay.
But we also need to actually call the particles method to like play the particles effect. So I'll just add a script to Sparks here, and then delete all this stuff. So select Sparks, yeah. Delete everything except the ready method, or you can write the ready method out too.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. And then in ready, we're going to get a reference to the particles. So it'd be $ particles 2D. It's got to be capital, so make sure the case is right. You can just double click. Yeah, there you go. And then we need to call the restart method, which basically starts, it just plays the particle effect from the beginning. And then that's all there is to this. So the sparks object is entirely self-contained, and it'll place some sparks wherever it is and then delete itself. So now from the player's, or from the gun's point of view, what we want to do is when we call fire is we want to place sparks wherever we hit. We want to place that sparks object. So we first need to get a reference to that object, but it's not in our scene. So the way we just want to get a reference to it outside, or like its object in the file system basically. So we can just get, we'll call it sparks object equals preload sparks, like so. So this is getting a variable that preloads the sparks object into it.
That's capital
Yeah.
spark.
So one cool thing you can actually do, so this is just the path to the sparks object in the file system. What you can do is you can actually click on that object in your file system, so like bottom left, and you can just drag it, and it'll, so like if you drag it to here, it'll place its path in the code editor, so you don't have to actually type it out. Did you, you didn't capitalize it in yours, so it wouldn't be capitalized for you, the S.
I
line 4.
This one here?
Yeah, you wouldn't capitalize that S. So yeah, there you go. It's case sensitive. So we have the object. So now we want to actually spawn it, which is kind of complicated to do here. So we're going to do, we need a sparks instance, we're going to call it, and this will be sparks object dot instance. So the sparks object just has data about the node. It's not an actual thing in our game world. To make it a thing in the game world, you need to instance it. So we make an instance, and then we store that in a variable so we can do stuff with it.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to delete this print statement since I don't need it. Then we need to actually add it to our game world. So it's in the game engine as an instance, but it's not in our actual scene. So we have to get the scene tree by doing get tree. Then we have to get the root of the scene tree, and then we add a child to it, and we add the sparks instance.
That's right. It showed up for me.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. So now it's in the game world, but it's not at the right position. So now what we do is we need to get raycast.get collision point. So we get the point that our raycast is colliding with, and we're going to set our sparks global position to equal that. Oh wait, that's going to block your screen. Right. Yeah, sparks instant global position.
There you go. And then raycast like that, right?
Yeah, that looks good. So now we can run this. And if you click, you'll see wherever you shoot,
yeah.
There you go. It's spawning sparks there. So yeah, there we go. Ultra basic, first steps of a platformer shooter. All right, so tell me everything that confuses you about what we've done so far with this code.
I think it's less confusing and more having to understand the language, just knowing it. There is nothing confusing about this. It's more of a matter of getting used to the definition of everything and what
Mm-hmm.
everything means and how does it function and react and all this other stuff with language. It's just a matter of really more of time and
Yeah.
doing it time and time and time again in order to, okay, like now, it's like
Mm-hmm.
eventually you look at the dropping green text in the matrix and it'll make sense. Like it's
Yeah.
kind of like you just have to kind of
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely.
it's really straightforward, obviously, all things considered.
Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, it's yeah. You just have to do it like on a regular basis every day.
Yeah,
Do you have
absolutely.
plans to try that, or?
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, the first step of it is understanding the UI, and then like
Mm-hmm.
you, reading more into obviously every engine has functions differently according to its own language. So this is obviously such a huge step into being comfortable with the engine.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, I don't see why it would end now.
Cool. Okay.
I totally love to dig in deeper and figure it out on my own and you know
Yeah.
obviously it's become so approachable now with all different engines like Unity and all this other stuff and all
Mm-hmm.
these like new devs coming in and creating something new out of it. Like damn, like why not? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not gonna hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Just a matter of getting your foot in. I think that's like what a lot of people are really scared of is
Yeah.
like how do you even start? I think that's the question you ask.
Yeah.
But
That is. Yeah.
this is really great stuff.
Yeah, because I think a big problem a lot with tutorials is like they're made by people like me who have been like making games for 8 years, and it's like at that point you kind of forget what it's like to be a beginner, and you forget like how do you
Yeah.
even teach a beginner because you're just recording it, but you're not actually talking to someone. So it's like that's why I kind of wanted to do something like this with someone who's a beginner who's like because then I can talk to you while you're doing it, and I can see
Yeah.
exactly what you struggle with and where the problem areas, and then like other beginners can see it and be like, oh, I can actually follow along. And
Yeah,
like, you know,
exactly. And generally speaking, like when you explain something, when anybody explains something, they explain it in a way that they understand it,
yeah,
right? So what they'll be like, okay, this, like all of these different instances
yeah,
within the code like make sense to me because this is the way I know and how I explain them. But obviously, for someone who has like no idea,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
They're like, wait, so what does that mean again? But I mean,
yeah,
honestly, like with the capability of just simply clicking on any part of the body of the code and then having the explanation by like when you control click something, for example,
yeah,
and you have that almost like encyclopedia of how the stuff works, and
yeah.
it's almost like you didn't have that like 10 years ago, you
No,
know what I
he
mean, or
didn't.
whatever. So like there was like no, like it was trial by fire, so it was like, yeah, like there's a lot to learn, but it's not daunting, it's not intimidating, it's
Hmm.
really straightforward. It looks fun, more fun than than intimidating by now.
Cool. Okay. Um, let's see. Do you want to add some graphics and then we can call it there?
Oh yeah, why not? I think that
Okay.
that thing I think that's probably something I'd be able to be a
Oh
little
yeah,
more
yeah.
familiar with.
Let's see. So we can find some free graphics online. I typitally either use itch.io or OpenGameArt for graphics. I was just gonna like browse through free stuff. So if you go on,
Yeah. I just put some Doom textures on it. No, I'm kidding.
you got it. I don't know. Is that legal? I guess
I
for
don't think
modding.
so.
Yeah. Like so
itch.io, right? With
yeah,
the
itch.io
really
slash game assets. You can also just go and click the assets tab.
Oh, there we go. I see it.
Yeah. And then there's also opengameart.org, which has a bunch of free assets as well. It's always good to check the licenses too on what you can do with stuff. So I'm wondering if there is just a straight up platformer shooter or something. I know Kenny has platformer shooter stuff.
Wait, this is. Let me look for you. Let me look for your.
Is there anything for... Oh, these are projects. Collections, maybe under here, platformer. Anyone in the chat knows a good platformer shooter art collection, asset collection, send a link.
Yeah, give it to us.
Yeah.
Free. Trying to make a game here.
What's a good... Oh, there's one I used for like a jam ages ago, but it was like... I don't know, it was like a real pain to set up. It was some game that went in the public domain like in 1998.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Create our own in Paint, somebody said. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, that's top down.
Yeah. Like an RPG. There was some like first person shooter. There's like some FPS graphics on that one though. There was like a double barrel shotgun on that one, on the one that you said that was top down.
Oh wait.
Right? Look on the bottom or just under that one. There's like a shotgun and stuff. A second picture on the second row.
Oh yeah. There are.
Yeah, right there.
Huh.
Yeah. I guess it's like a gallery shooter.
Yeah, I was thinking that's the word. Oh, somebody said search sci-fi and set pixel art filter. Wait, I don't know how to search this. Oh yeah, the game was called Abuse, the one that went public domain.
Oh, true.
I don't even know how to search on here.
Yeah,
So-
it's quite.
It doesn't let you search for these.
Yeah.
Oh, pixel art, here we go. Okay, pixel art, sci-fi. It's not appending my tags. Pixel art and sci-fi, here we are. Oh, this looks good. Okay, here's a tile set we can use. So there's a shotgunner and a character. Oh wow, there's a lot of character packs. Yeah, okay, fully animated. Yeah, I'll download
Wow.
this. And should I send you the link?
No, I got it.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you got it set up. We can go through the assets. Okay, so yeah, here we have the tile set, or the character sheets. Oh, there's a bunch of different ones. Okay, yeah, we can set up these animations pretty easily. Where is the tile set though? I thought it said there was a tile set in here. Asset pack page. Pack includes start tile set, 4 fully animated enemies. I don't see any of those things in here.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe I'm just supposed to no, it's not that. Yeah, it just gave me this guy. Oh, that's annoying. False advertising. Oh, maybe it's that second one? Nope. It's weird. Oh, you have to pay $5 or more for the dark edition. Wait. Okay, I guess you have to pay for that one. Yeah, okay, so the character's free. Yeah, the character's free. I just need a tile set also. So we could do, yeah, we can go for this industrial tile set also. I don't know what the resolution difference is going to be, but Probably not that bad. They both look pretty blocky. So if you get this industrial tile set here.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just use that one actually, because that has a character in it too. So yeah, just download that. Version 2, sure. Oh, okay. And that's just a flat image, so that's pretty easy to work with. Okay. Whoops. So you can, let's see, take the image and just drag and drop it into Godot. I should probably have a separate folder for this actually. So you can just right click anywhere in here and do new folder. I'll just make one called graphics or something. And I'll just drag in the image. And then, yeah, so we got the sprite here. Let's see, we start with the character, I guess. And then, so for a character, you can use Control A. I'll add in an animated sprite node on the player.
Which graphics are we using for the character?
So so that's a whole sprite sheet. It has all the sprites, so we can just select the stuff we want off of it.
Okay.
So if you select your player node, you can go add an animated sprite node. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I don't know if this sprite sheet is like aligned properly for this. But yeah, you add in, oh, did you add an animated sprite?
To the player node?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. So then over here, go to frames, and you can do new sprite frames. And then click that once you add it.
Yep.
So it should make, if you click this, it makes a pop-up down here.
Okay.
So this is all our animations on the left. So there's a default blank one. I'll call this run. And so this is going to be our run animation. So we need to add in our stuff. So we click this button here, add frames from a sprite sheet. Then we can go to our graphics and go to double click the image. And now you can see that it's, yeah, double click that. You can see it's got 4 giant blocks, or it's 4 by 4, I mean, which is not the size of the sheet. So we can just increase these until it aligns properly to the character. I don't know what the character's at. Wish I could zoom in on this. Okay, I think it might be 32. Not sure.
I think I just, oh wait. I gotta move the vertical now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 32 by 32. And then you can, let's see.
You can click on the grid. I think you can click on the grid.
Yeah, so you can click and select all these nodes here. It's really annoying you can't zoom in on this, but so yeah, we can just select those ones and that'll be the run animation. So click add 8 frames when you're done with that. Oh, also, if you zoom in, you can see it's really blurry. What you can do to fix that is you double click or just click on the image here. Oh, looks like you didn't add them. But here, just click on this image right here real quick.
Okay.
And then go up to import at the top left.
Where do you have? Okay, right there.
Yeah, and then where is it? Click preset up here. Yeah, and then do 2D pixel, and then click re-import, and that turns off. That'll make it so it's not blurry. You'll get nice crispy pixels. But go back to your animated sprite node, click the import from sprite sheet, add frames from a sprite sheet. At the bottom, you already have it. Yeah, there.
Right here. Okay. And then where do I click? Right here.
Yeah, add frames sprite sheet, and then choose the image, open it. And I know you were there. Yeah.
Yep.
That. Open that. So double click or click open. And then select the 8 run animation nodes. Yeah, and then click add 8 frames.
Okay.
There you go. And now you can hit play. Where's the play button? I think it's, no, it's not that one. Oh, here it is, playing. So you would click this up here. On the right where it says playing, you would check that. all the way on the top right. Yeah, right there.
Oh, there we go.
And you can change the speed down here. So right now it's at 5 FPS. I could turn it up to 15. That looks a lot nicer. At the bottom left.
There we go. Perfect. Okay.
Oh wait, what's that? Oh, speed scale. Oh yeah, you can turn that up too. But at the very bottom left, it shows the FPS.
At the bottom left.
Bottom left, very bottom, where your sprites are.
Down
Yeah.
here. Okay.
So you could, I set that to 15 FPS on mine. And your speed scale is 2. You could just hit the arrow to reset it. Yeah. And also that's, if you don't want it to loop, you can, you know, uncheck that and it won't loop. Let's make another animation. So we're gonna do new animation. So you just click this thing here.
Yep.
And then we'll call this one jump, I guess. I think there was a jump animation in that sprite sheet. Can't really tell. Oh, it looks like there's a land animation. I think that's when you like hit the ground. But we can just take one frame from that. So if you do the import from sprite sheet button, then choose that, and then choose like this frame. That'll be our jump animation. Yeah, just that one frame. We also want an idle, so I'll add one more. Call it idle, and then we do add from sprite sheet again. So yeah, call it idle.
Do this.
Yeah, and then I'm not
It's
sure.
that whole top. It's that almost whole top area, row, isn't it? It looks like he's like bouncing.
I think that might be I'm not sure. Yeah, we could try just selecting that whole top row. I think that might be a land animation, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like a squash, like when you hit the ground or something.
Oh,
If I-
true.
Yeah, but we can just take a couple of these frames. So like I could maybe like 1, 2, and 3. So I'll like remove. Whoops. That. Oh, that's annoying that it goes back to the start every time. Let's see.
Maybe just like 2 of them.
It looks like the eyes move, so I'm trying to figure out what's like a. These all look kind of weird. Maybe if I just
Yeah.
took. Oh, we could just use a static one like this for idle. Or, I mean, I'm wondering if. Yeah, it looks like there wasn't an idle animation in this thing. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well,
Oh,
I'll
you
just.
could just do 0 and 1, and then just bring the FPS down to like maybe like 1 or 2,
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I like
and
that.
then he just looks like he's kind of like bouncing up and down.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like 5 FPS or so. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Then we got jump. We got run. Wait, why is it? Oh, here. You can change what animation is playing at the top right, where it shows the animation. Okay, so that's good. Now we need to actually play those animations based on what we're doing. Oh, also we need to actually make this sprite match our player's collider. So I'll move it up a bit, and then I'll also transform and scale it by like double, maybe even triple actually. Yeah, I'll move it to like there. Actually, maybe I should scale everything else around this. I don't know. We can figure it out later. But for now, yeah, I'm just scaling that up 3 times so it matches the. Oh, it looks like the bottom of your collider is not at 0 also. You might want to move that and the player sprite. So everything's at 0. Like how,
Where do I fix?
So you would move your collider, your collision shape
Yeah.
is like a bit high. So move it so the bottom of it is at exactly at X there, at the red line.
Do I do the same with the character? Like, not the sprite, but the
Yeah, the collision shape and the sprite.
collection
Yeah,
shape,
you
right?
would want them
Okay.
all to have the bottom at 0. Yeah. And I'm not going to worry about making everything like snap and align correctly. But we can delete this sprite now that we put in as placeholder. Just the main sprite. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And
Would we have to bring the gun down a little bit, considering how?
yeah, you could bring it down. Just move the weapon base down to where the character's hands are. And then also maybe put the animated sprite at the top of the hierarchy so everything else shows in front of it. It'll make it easier to tell where your collision is and stuff. Yeah, and you'd also want the gun to show over. Oh yeah, so your capsule shape there, move that down so the bottom of it is at 0. Your collision shape, yeah, that. Move that down so the bottom touches, yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so now we need to make it so it actually plays the animations. So if we go into our player script, we can get a reference to animated sprite, like so. So $, and then yeah, have it autocomplete. So you hit enter there. So then it'll get the case sensitive rate.
Yeah.
So now in here, we need to play our animations based on what's going on, right? So if we're moving and we're on the ground, then we need to do one thing. Let's just do, we'll make a method for it. Function update animation, we'll call it. Right? So that would be outside. You want it below where you call point weapon at mouse, because you don't want it to be inside the code for physics process. And then unindented by 1 line. Yeah, there you go. So that means separate method or separate function. So in here, in update animation, what we want to do is first we want to see if we're on the ground. So is on floor. And if we're on the ground, and let's see, we want to see if our velocity, if our horizontal velocity is, greater than a certain amount, then we want to play the run animation, otherwise we play the walk animation. So we can do if the absolute value of velocity.x, so absolute value just means if it's a negative number, it makes it positive. So we can just see if that is less than, we'll say 0.1, so it's less than a very low amount, then we'll do animated sprite. I think it's play run, no, idle. Indent lines 41 and 42. Since they're inside the, or no, don't unindent. Indent, yeah. Indent line 41 one more time also. Yeah, so it's inside the is on floor statement. So this if statement is only called if is on floor is called.
Okay. And then
inside of that, you do animated sprite. Play idle. So now it'll play the idle animation as long as, yeah, we're moving less than a certain amount. And then else, so if our velocity is greater than 0.01, we're going to play animated sprite.play run. So unindent else. a bit because you don't want it to be inside this if statement. Whenever you do an else, it has to be on the same line as the if that came
All right.
before it. And then you gotta unindent line 44. Somebody's making fun of me for how easy it is to teach indentation. And then corresponding to this if, we're gonna do an else. So if we're not on the floor, we're gonna do animated sprite play jump. You'll have to unindent 45 and 46 because that's got to correspond to our first if, where we're checking if we're on the floor. So if we're on the floor, we do the stuff where we check to see if we're going to play idle or run. If we're not on the floor, we do the stuff to play jump.
Oh, true. Oh, they'd already finished it.
You misspelled play.
Oh, misspelled that.
Yeah. And then unindent that line also. There we go. Okay, and then we just have to call update animation in our main process method. We could call that, I guess we'll call it in physics process, it doesn't matter. So just, yeah, put it after that. There you go. Now, let's see, if I run this, is it gonna work great? Okay, it is, cool. So you can see your character animates. The only problem is it's not facing the direction of travel. So we'll have to make it flip. So to make it flip, let's see. We can put this in update animation. So how are we gonna do this? I think under animated sprite, yeah, there's a flip horizontal value on the animated sprite node that flips it to face left or right. So all we have to do is have that be true based on the sign if velocity x is positive or negative. So we can just do, let's see, velocity dot x greater than 0. So if velocity dot x is greater than 0, this will evaluate to true. Otherwise, it will evaluate to false. So, wait, actually, I think I want to do less than. And then we can do animated sprite dot flip horizontal equals that. So the flip horizontal value, if it's true, it's going to flip to face left. If it's false, then it'll keep it facing to the right. So all we need to do is check if our velocity dot x is less than 0, so that means it's negative, then that's true. It should flip to the left. Yeah. And I think otherwise it'll keep it facing to the right. I think that could work. That might. Oh, the problem is when we stand still now, it automatically switches back to the right.
There you go.
Yeah, but if you were to stop moving, it keeps facing to the right, no matter what. Which,
so I guess you'd have.
So we can add a little more code for that. So I'll add a variable called facing right and set it to be true. So that's going to keep track of what direction we're facing. So facing right is true. And then I'll just check, yeah, bar facing right. So at the start, we are facing to the right. And then what we do is, if we're facing to the right and our velocity.x is less than 0, meaning we're moving left, then we want to set animated sprite to be flipped. Yeah, true. We set flip h to true. So it's going to flip, face the other direction. Oh, and we want to set facing right to equal false. So yeah, we're facing to the right, but we're moving to the left. Flip it and say that we're not facing the right anymore. And then, yeah, facing right equals false. And then I copy that. Do you understand the logic of this? Of how it like governs that part? Oh,
yeah, you're just simply telling it like accordingly to where you're facing.
Yeah.
If you're facing this way, then sprite flip the sprite within
Yeah.
right and left. Yeah.
Oh, that should all be in the update animation function. So the if, and then everything below that. Yeah. Every 41 to 43, those lines. Copy that and put it under update animation.
Oh.
And then delete line 46 because that's no longer needed. And then you can copy these 3 lines here, paste it, and we're just going to do the reverse.
Okay.
So basically, if velocity x is greater than 0, and if we're facing to the left. So the way to check if something is not true is you put an exclamation sign. So basically, if we're not facing to the right, so you put exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark.
So if we're not facing the right, but we're moving to the right, set the flip to be false and set facing right to be true.
We're just gonna flip them basically.
Yeah, we just flip everything over. And that should be right. So if you run it now, it should match. And if you like stop moving,
yeah, perfect.
nice. And now let's change the gun graphic also. So if you go under gun to sprite, we can drag our tile set onto the texture there. Drag that up to, yeah, top right, yeah, under texture there. And then reset the transform or the scale to be 0 under transform.
Okay, under transform.
Yeah. Set that to be 0. Just click the arrow, it'll reset it. Or I mean to 1, it'll set it to 1. Yeah, just click that, there you go. So now we need to actually select, oh, and under modulate, hit the arrow so it goes back to its default color. Yeah. So now we need to actually select what part of the sprite sheet we want to use. So go under region at the top right. You can click region or drop down that and then click enabled. And then at the bottom, very bottom of your screen, there's now a texture region option.
Yep.
And then you can go to snap mode, choose pixel. And then you go to, you can just like zoom in over to here. You can drag this to make it bigger. Go down to this gun, and we can just like select part of this gun or something. Like I'll select this part or something.
That looks like a turret or a camera.
Yeah, I think it's a gun turret, I think. But I can just select like the top part here.
Yeah.
And then now we have, yeah, our turret over here. Of course, it's not scaled up to match the player sprite. I think I'm going to scale the player sprite down so that it has the same resolution as everything else, so we don't have to scale stuff. So if I just go back to my animated sprite, I'm going to animated sprite and then reset the scale on the right side. Down, under node 2D, under scale, reset
Under
that.
scale? Or is it?
Yeah, reset. It was right under where you were, under position. Yeah.
Okay, right
that
here.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you can just move the animated sprite down, move the weapon base down to be on the new position. I'll move the gun sprite over. I don't know, somewhere like that. And then I'm going to change the size of the collision shape to match the new size of the player.
We're gonna change the ray cast.
You don't need to move the raycast, just move the gun node, or the weapon base node. Yeah. Yeah, and then move the gun sprite to whatever position you want it to be. Yeah. And then change the collision shape. Don't scale it. It's good not to scale collision. I don't know. I've always heard you shouldn't scale them, but like I've done it without problems, but I think it's better to work with the bounds like that. Yeah, with the you just grab those points and move them.
Just grab these.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, make it match the player about. The problem now, of course, is that the player's going to be super tiny on the camera.
Yeah.
So you can select the camera on the top left, camera 2D. Yeah, and then you go to zoom, and we can change the zoom level. I think it's, yeah, so if you change it smaller, so like 0.5 and then 0.5, it'll half the size of the camera area. Now if I were to run the scene, you can see a lot more zoomed in, and the character's a lot smaller compared to everything else.
Oh yeah.
And you can see the gun sprite matches.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah, let's see, and then we can, just to end, we can do the tile map. So you can like place tiles and stuff. So we can go to our world, and let's just delete all of these ground nodes we made. So if you go to your world scene,
Yep.
just delete all of these.
The ground nodes?
Yeah, just,
Ground 1 and 2 and 3?
yeah, just delete all of them. And then add in a new node, search tile map. So Control A and then tile map. So now we can create a tile set. So if you click over here, on the very right there's a board, it says tile set.
Yeah, on empty.
Yeah, and then click new tile set. And then click that tile set spot we just made. There's currently no tiles defined, so we need to define something. So then you can drag on the sprite sheet into this area here at the bottom left, into this part right here. Yeah. So we want to do a new tile. So click. I think it doesn't let me set the snap options until I like. Where is it? Let me do this. Forget how to do this. It's like kind of like a bit broken. I think they're like updating it in the new version, but right now I can just select new single tile, and I think I can just drag an area, and I'm gonna get, I'll just select this one for now. What's the size on this? Oh, that's what I wanted. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, so you click, yeah, once you do that, you can click that area, and it'll give you snap options.
Okay.
Why is it? Okay. And I can do snap options over here. Once you click on, you have to like actually click within the grid, and then it'll give you snap options. So just click somewhere in the grid there. Yeah, and then over on snap options, now it gives you step. Set that to 16, because this is a 16 by 16. Yeah. And then now we can go over here. I'm just going to delete this one. We can select, I'm going to use, yeah, I'll just use this spot right here as my tile, and then I'll go to, so I just want to select one, so I just click that, and then I go to collision over here and click the box. We're going to give it a box collision shape. So this box here, and then we give it, and then you click on the node itself, or on the tile, I mean, that we just, yeah. And then that gives us a collision shape. Now you can click back on the tile map, right up here. And then one more thing, click cell over here, right here, click this.
All right.
Yeah, and then under size, set it to be 16 by 16. And then now, at last, we can draw tiles.
Okay, perfect.
And you can draw out everything, and if you hold shift, it'll draw tiles in a line. You can hold shift and control, it'll draw them in a square. You right click, it'll delete. Shift right click, delete in a line, control shift, delete in a square. And yeah, you can draw out whatever shape level you want, and of course you can make more tiles by going back to the tile set and clicking new single tile, doing the same thing. So yeah, you can draw this out however you want, and then you can run the scene and actually test it, and you'll see that it collides.
Right click removes the tile.
Yeah.
Right, hold on, I'm level designing here.
Yeah, there you go.
That's perfect. Is there a way so like the space is the jump is interrupted if he hits his head on the platform, because he gets stuck right under the platform?
Oh yeah.
When you jump right under it.
Yeah, there is. So here's what we can do. If you go back to script on the player, yeah, go to the player script. Yeah, you were there. Hang on, let me bring this back down. So where is it? Move and slide. Move and slide actually returns the velocity you would get after you hit something. So in this case, all we need to do is we just say velocity equals that. We just put this before the move and slide. And then so if we jump up and hit the ceiling, it'll be like, oh, we hit a ceiling, your velocity on the Y should be 0 now. So it returns what your velocity should be, and then you can, so if you actually set your velocity to equal that, now it'll be like physically accurate. So if I go here, now I fall back down. And there's there's tons of tricks you can do to make jumping better. Like we can make so, you know, you jump higher if you hold down the jump button longer. You can make so, you know, coyote time. If you hit jump half a second off after you step off a ledge, you can still jump. There's like, yeah, it's like a ridiculous amount of stuff you can do to make jumping feel better in a platformer.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's great.
Oh yeah, I didn't even add horizontal acceleration. I could have done that, but my voice is getting a little tired.
Yeah, no, this is great.
Okay, so yeah, let's see. You can find some tutorials and stuff. Yeah, just look up like Godot tutorials, beginner stuff, and just like, I don't know, watch like 1 or 2 a day and follow through on them.
Oh yeah,
and then
for sure.
Eventually, yeah, after like a month or 2, you should be ready to like make stuff on your own without using tutorials.
No,
yeah, maybe we could do like a check-in stream in like a month where we go over more stuff or something. You can like show what you've done.
No, that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is cool. I think this is gonna be like I'm gonna like save the archive of this, and it'll be like my go-to, like anyone who's a beginner is like, how do I get started? Here, watch this.
Yeah, perfect.
It's like, yeah. All right.
We all.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about anything?
Not that I can think of. I think this is like a pretty good introduction to it. Not that I can think of right now, no.
Okay.
I think that overall, like, I think that the texture, the texture, the way that that Godot goes around with the textures and stuff is like pretty straightforward. Like it almost seemed like almost familiar, because you know, like it's almost like uniform in some sense. But I think it all just comes down to getting used to the language. I think that's just 100% what it is, or what is the most practice that you need to get into do.
Yeah.
Is the language.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But no, that all things considered, it's pretty straightforward.
Cool. By the way, how did you start doing memes and stuff? How did you like become, you know, a famous
I think what it was was initially like when it comes to like games, they all have that go-to like phrasing and stuff, and just overall memes. Like if we were to look at like Deus Ex, for example, like Deus Ex was like heavily, like the community mostly like repeated the same joke or two. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was like, what a shame, or it's a bomb, and it was like that for like ages. And so I had found like a Deus Ex group, like a private group that I had joined in, and then I was like, what if I just like not do that? Like, what if I just start making like JC do like absurd shit, like where it's just like them in like a sitcom kind of like setting, where like they're pranking Manderley, or they're like, or he's like saying something stupid and extremely out of norm, and it's like, and it was like that kind of like creative process of like coming up with all sorts of like absurd like um things for characters and extremely out of character. Like obviously like the stuff that has kind of become more popularized is this like himbo duke like saying really dumb things,
Oh
like
yeah.
like obviously it's the antithesis of the character, like he wouldn't actually do that, and that's what makes it funny. Like
Yeah.
if like a lot of people think that like it, a lot of people would be scared if I were to like to be creative director of a Duke Nukem game, but it's like that's 100%, that's 100%, I would not do those things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that last one that Gianni posted, like obviously his voice, the voice work he did for that one is a great example of that. But no, it was like get out of the get out of the bubble of like balls of steel and all that, and then just like come up with something absolutely absurd and batshit insane. And like that's kind of like the therapeutic process of like being of making stuff is not so much like, it's kind of like yeah, it's just like kind of like a creative process. Like that's the appeal of it. It's like just doing it for fun, like
Yeah.
coming up with jokes and putting characters in really dumb situations.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of like what it ended up coming down to. It was like it was just kind of doing it for fun, and it caught on fire really quickly. I think what happened was like when I was making like Deus Ex memes back in the day with that private group, it had gotten to people like Dusk Dev who were like sharing it on Twitter when I wasn't on Twitter, and then
Oh.
I was like, wait, if these guys want my memes on Twitter, Leon Sawada, who is the developer for Medieval,
Mm-hmm.
uh, he was like, hey, why don't you like upload them on Twitter? Because Facebook is kind of dumb with the storage
Yeah.
of like all this stuff. And it's like, why don't you just put them on Twitter? And I was like, all right, sure. So then I started, and then like whoa, like shit just fucking caught on fire like really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we have a really good ecosystem of like voice actors like voicing the stuff I make, and then
Mm-hmm.
like, and then obviously collaborations, and then you know, like a lot of YouTube, a lot of YouTube personalities that knew that I've watched ended up coming up to me and asking me for to do work for them and all this other
Oh,
stuff. And
nice. Wait,
like
you?
like
What kind of work?
like Lord Mandalore, some of my stuff is on his
Oh, sick.
on his Warhammer 2 review.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's Balthasar Gelt like wearing like saying I can't remember. It was like it's just graphics of him. Like Balthasar Gelt is like obsessed with gold. That character is. So
Mm-hmm.
he's just kind of like drinking lean and wearing like designer clothes, and you know, like all this other stuff, like be living like a bougie life kind of deal. So he wanted to add those graphics into his video, which obviously when he got to Balthasar Gelt, it was that obsession with gold and money. So it was like
Yeah.
coming up with the idea of 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 how Balthasar Gelt would live within a current time. Like, would he wear designer clothes and stuff and
Uh-huh.
say certain shit like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, so there was other stuff like G-Man obviously lives had asked me for some thumbnail work, and then um, obviously Realm Steep is this weekend, and Realm Steep is like the it's kind of like the boomer shooter uh,
Wait, runs deep.
uh, realms.
Oh, realms deep.
Yeah, right now there's a Steam sale with all the games that are presented on that live event. So this is like a boomer shooter kind of like expo, like online
Mm-hmm.
expo, where like they're gonna announce all sorts of new stuff. Obviously from New Blood and 3D Realms. 3D Realms hosting it with Night, and Night Dive is in it as well. There's some merchant things. So um, yeah, so I had done work for the very first Realms Deep, which was a bunch of like little transition videos before the team respect that are respecting too. So like I
Mm-hmm.
made one for Running with Scissors, and then 3D Realms and Night Dive and stuff like that. So it was like really great to sort of work with not only like 3D Realms, like whoa, like like big deal.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it was but I've known these guys for quite a long time now, especially like Dave Oshry and all these other people that
yeah, yeah.
I've known them for years.
Oh,
But yeah,
cool.
that
Did you just meet them
right.
on forums and stuff, or?
I like I made them. Like, are you talking about the transition videos?
Or no, because you
Oh,
need.
did I meet them on? Oh, no, I had done QA for Rise of the Triad
Oh,
2013.
whoa. So you worked
So
as a playtester and stuff.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
but
Cause
that was ancient history.
yeah.
That
Wait,
was a long time ago.
are you still working in games, or are you?
No, not right now.
Okay.
That was just a bit of a just a bit of an opportunity that was given to me by Frederick Schreiber, who knew I was like a huge, Duke fan and all this other
Yeah.
stuff. And then I had ended up following him because a long time ago, a lot of people may not have remembered, but they were and back then they were known as Interceptor. They were considering working on a Duke 3D Reloaded, which was like uh like um a remake of Duke 3D,
Mm-hmm.
when it was going to be a fan project, and unfortunately that was canceled. So they ended up picking up Rise of the Triad instead. And then I think Fred was following me during a time when they were making Duke 3D Reloaded, and I think when they brought up Rise of the Triad, I think he brought me in. He asked me to come and work
Yeah.
and help them out with that.
Oh, nice. Do you think you'll be able to like fully monetize ever, like what you're currently doing?
Probably at some point. I think I have thought about it, and a lot of people have asked me about it. Um, it's just a matter of how do you go about it, right? Because obviously, well, like when you talk about, like when you do, like for yourself, for example, you have your content relatively in, concrete, right? Like you can do dev videos, or you could like
Yeah.
or you could do like videos about your games and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously my content is a lot less tangible. Like
Yeah.
I'm just shit posting on the internet. Like how do you monetize that?
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
and I was doing videos at one point, but obviously now you're dealing with NDMCA laws and stuff like
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
and like now it's a little trickier there. So it's just a matter of how do you go about it. People have said Patreon and stuff, and obviously that's a
Yeah.
possibility, but as of right now it's just for fun,
Yeah.
basically.
And with Patreon, it's hard to like. I mean, from what I've seen, people don't really give that much unless they're getting something very tangible in return. Like I had
Exactly.
Patreon, and not many people signed up until I was like, "Hey, I'm working on this game, and if you back
Yeah.
me, you can play the demos." And then it's like
Yeah.
suddenly tons of people, and so
And
it's like,
I don't
yeah,
want to lock the trans that I make a lot of like PNG transparency of. I think like you right there. I've
hmm,
rendered that Duke model, and I
yeah,
gave up that PNG version. I don't want to put those and lock those behind a paywall.
yeah,
I would just put them for free for everyone to use. And so yeah, that was 100% like the. That's why it's kind of tricky to think about it. How do you go about it? But that's pretty much it.
yeah. Hmm. Well, yeah. If you get into making games, you could,
Yeah,
sell
there you
that for
go.
sure.
Right? Yeah, I'm gonna start making games and put this one up on Steam. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And
I mean, legally you could.
yeah, I know, right? But yeah, no, I definitely gonna save this because obviously there's a lot to look into. Or I'm sorry, save the uh, what we've made so far with Godot, because obviously
Yeah.
with the script and all this stuff, there's a good deal. I like, well, with the Redbubble, obviously, I've been making like some shirt designs, and the one with the Silent Hill
Mm-hmm.
Seinfeld thing took off quite a bit, so that one's doing well. But no, yeah, with this game we just made, like clearly all that script is obviously like a really useful what's it called, resource to look
Yeah.
into and see what and play around with it, obviously.
And you could also maybe do like visual novels and stuff because there's a lot of engines that are very easy to use. Like
Yeah, yeah,
RPG Maker
yeah,
2 is also like, and because you have a lot of, you're good at making graphics and you're good at like writing jokes and stuff. So it's
yeah.
like, that's something you could very easily. And I wonder, you have all these connections with these boomer shooter people. I wonder if they would let you make like a visual novel set in one of their games.
Yeah, that would doom them. No, I'm kidding. I think that would, yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, right? And they have a lot of really talented artists, like, and I mean, as a writer and all that stuff, like, it could work, right? But
Hmm.
yeah, of course, right now, I mean, you said it yourself, like they're a bit of a retro shooter community, so I don't think they're about to make. They always joke around saying a visual novel for this and that, but
Yeah, yeah.
I think for them they consider it more of a meme. But I mean, I know how popular visual novels are, especially
Hmm.
how it's actually kind of crazy, and especially back in the day when you used to play them on on Flash.
Hmm.
Uh, Everybody loved those, but yeah, no, there's never say never to a possibility like that.
Yeah. Hmm.
But there's all sorts of opportunities.
Yeah, dang, that's cool. I want to like see you make more stuff and like
Oh yeah.
achieve success and do this full time.
Oh
This
no,
is
without a
cool.
doubt. Yeah.
I wonder if you have you tried streaming? I wonder if you'd be good.
Streaming is something that has been in my brain like almost like every day, and it's something that I'm obviously like very interested in.
Yeah.
Um, the time for it right now is a little, in the place that I'm at right now is
Yeah.
obviously like, you got to be taken into accountability, like where you are, like how much time you have, and then like the
Hmm.
setup for it. So there, I'm kind of, I I have to get some of that stuff sorted out before I can stream and
Yeah,
set
that
all that
makes
stuff
sense.
up. And then once, like obviously, you work on your graphics for your stream, so you have like, like dumb little things playing around whenever someone donates to you or
Oh
whatever,
yeah.
right? So there's all that.
Yeah, I mean, if you just streamed playing these shooters, I feel like that would get a
Yeah,
big
I know, right?
audience.
Yeah, that's yeah, for sure. Like even just like playing new shooters or playing old shooters, there's I had streamed in the past, but it was like super bare bone. Just like I'll go on Twitch with OBS and like play Devil Daggers and see how far I can
Hmm.
get on Devil Daggers. Like like a shooter like that,
Yeah.
like a high score shooter and things. But no, I mean, well, damn, that obviously that industry has obviously gotten very ludicrous, and
Yeah.
there's all sorts of money, and obviously there's a great community in the streaming community. You can eventually, you know, have, and I've seen some of these smaller streamers who do well, just kind of like having a small community and just like doing a stream Fridays and on the weekends and all this other stuff. So there's a huge interest in it, but
Hmm.
obviously real life, the IRL is something that to take into accountability too before you head into this direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, like obviously with the shit posting, it's kind of like too insecure, I guess. Like it's
Hmm.
too, there isn't security there, so to speak. That I can't be like, oh, I need money. I know, I'll just make a joke right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You have to uh, think of some alternatives. I think like with Twitch, you could end up like, you know, connecting it with YouTube, and then having your like you said, like you were gonna save the stream and then put it on YouTube or wherever,
Hmm.
and so that works out too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that you can monetize that.
Oh
just the
yeah,
same way you would monetize with Twitch.
you have a lot of connections with people. They'd probably be down to be interviewed. You could just interview them on stream and then put them on, you know,
Yeah,
on
exactly.
Twitch.
Yeah,
That's another
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
That's a whole different skill. That's for sure. Like
Yeah.
that, it's just a matter of opening your
Yeah.
perspective on it and figuring out what it is that you want to do. And it's, it's I don't see why not. You know.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, you got to figure out the time and then you got to start doing it. And then,
Exactly. I am still like working, like so to speak, like not in
hmm
game, just like on a regular ass job. So
yeah.
um, once that once we figure out, you know, what opportunities they are, you know, like why not? Perfect time to
hmm
do so. Especially
Yeah.
now that I know how to make video games. I just learned.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna make a game now.
I totally just make
Yeah.
games, do your
No, I've
thing,
always
put some
I've
art.
always been interested in making video games. Obviously, like
hmm
especially like and especially when you can make like sort of like micro stuff for like itch and all this stuff, just
hmm
sort of like people to learn, but you could still like sort of play these games, right?
Yeah.
Um, there's all sorts of resources but you know, like I think like because as old as we are, as old as I am, like I was born at a time when like deving was extremely inaccessible, especially because of
hmm
me migrating from one country to another at a very early age. There was no time to
Mm.
settle and think
Yeah.
about, you know, like what you want to do, you know, like if you wanted to you know, like I come from South America, so like you can imagine the amount of resources that in the 90s
hmm
there for video game development and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So uh, lack thereof. So, but now, I mean, you know, the sky's the limit. Like you could go on YouTube and all this other stuff, and you could
Yeah.
just learn an engine like at home. Like, you know, it's almost making school a little bit obsolete now. Like
Yeah.
unnecessary to pay, so to speak.
Yeah. I know, right? It's like the amount of thing like college is more about can you learn stuff online better, like in
Yeah,
time for the test almost.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I mean sometimes like I have a friend going for uh, computer science, and obviously like they cover a whole lot. It's obviously like a big broad umbrella of things, like it might not cover deving or video game development in particular. Obviously you're going to take a good deal of like skill out of that schooling,
hmm
but like you want to be you there are people out there who may want to be more direct and just simply get right to it, right?
Yeah.
And learn learn the particular language of the engine you want to use, and then learning how to graphic uh, all sorts of like, you know, like how to work with the graphics within the engine. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I learned how to make games before, let's see, how much 2 years before I started a computer science degree, and it was like I made a bunch of games. I made a bunch, and they like worked and played well and stuff. But it was like after I learned computer science, I was like, wow, my code was terrible. Like it was so
Yeah.
bad. But the thing was, is that the game still played fine. It's like nobody knew who played
Yeah.
it or cared. So it was just like, yeah, I mean, it definitely helped that I learned computer science, but it's like, I mean, it's not necessary, definitely.
Yeah, it would have been better if you had someone by your side like tell you like the exact language that you were using there, kind of
Yeah.
deal, like on within the engine that you were using at the time.
Yeah, yeah. Having someone who can just like answer questions is so helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And of course, what year would you say that was when you were going for like school like that? Like maybe like
2015 was when I started school. 2013 was when I started making games.
true. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
No, that makes sense.
Have you tried or have you thought of computer science as a degree?
Honestly, I've seen my friend has shown me some of that stuff, and it'll scare you away.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I really don't have the time for it. Like that time has passed. But I mean, like I said, like I do have that friend. I do have that sort of
Mm-hmm.
like way to explain to me. If that friend wanted to eventually learn like some kind of engine language, I guess it would be a little bit easier for him to delve into it.
Yeah.
um and so there you go, like you have that's one resource that you can take upon. And of course, like there's more than people are more than willing to help you out, I think, or help me if I were to require it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, just try to make some stuff as fast as you can. Make a bunch of small stuff, and just
Yeah.
get used to the tool. What tools do you use, by the way, for making memes? I know you mentioned
It's
Adobe
all
Illustrator.
originally like a lot of it came down to I think how a lot of people do it is you would Google it first, but it got to a point where it's like you want to have like multiple ways of like manipulating like things, because you may want to have a picture of a chair and you want to sit someone on that chair, but you can't do it because there is no photo of that character sitting down in the particular order, in the particular dimension that you want them in. And
Mm-hmm.
which that scenario you would look upon Gmod and then SFM or Blender. Like obviously Gmod is like such an extremely like approachable resource, because you're playing in Half-Life 2, but you
Yeah.
can you can like literally drop a ragdoll and then move it in real time. It's not so much like Blender where there's the axis and
Oh yeah.
axes and you need to have a rig and all this other stuff. Like like um like it's kind of the hard work was kind of is done for you kind of deal. So I'm now I'm learning a little bit of Blender. I've been learning Blender for a little while, but um obviously that's that's not as that's gonna take a little more time.
Yeah.
Just
Blender's pretty complicated.
SFM has been. I mean, I think a lot of people that whoever is like whoever is watching that has used Blender, like, or sorry, not Blender, SFM is extremely approachable. Like, and it's almost like kind of easy to use, and animating is a total breeze. Like, and I mean, if you want to do something really impressive and and make it look like truly alive and believable within an animating standpoint, obviously it's going to take a good deal of
Mm-hmm.
time. But the UI is like super welcoming and inviting, and it's allowed me to sort of like be able to take like characters and pose them in certain ways in order so I could like get them looking from behind or in front,
Yeah.
or sit them down, and then you take it onto obviously Photoshop, and then you do the rest of the magic there.
Mm-hmm.
um, but actually I first started with because I was doing exclusively like Deus Ex memes originally. Like I was going in game on Deus Ex and like going through like the console commands, so you could like drop like 100 JCs into the map, and then like one is
Mm-hmm.
walking and the other one is just kind of like standing still, and then so like I would have to go into no clip and then like kind of like like deal with that. And but yeah, no, it's if there is a program that can grant me a resource to manipulate an object or whatever, like a model and all this stuff, like
Mm-hmm.
I will use it for sure. Like even just on the internet when they have like the 3D sites where you can just kind of like orbit around like whatever, like that's very all fair game.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously I think my specific scenarios, obviously, that take take stock models, take their faces and put them on video game characters.
Yeah.
It ends up giving it a little bit extra life, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one's good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That one, you know what? Actually, with Quake, I used Trench Broom, which is
Oh
the
yeah.
level design
Yeah,
program
creator of Cruelty
for.
Squad uses that
Yeah,
for all the levels.
yeah. So that allowed me to Trench Broom allowed me to make some of this stuff. Uh, if for Quake, because like there is almost no resources for Quake. Like if you wanted to
Mm-hmm.
Google Quake Ranger for some reason, even though like Quake is like almost, like 100 years old now. That
Yeah.
you can't find like no decent pictures of Quake Ranger on Google. So I have to I had to go and download Trench Room and like learn it. so I could,
Yeah.
so I could get like good pictures of the Shambler and all this other stuff. Uh, but yeah, like Trench Room is also like a really great tool for sure. It's
Hmm.
super easy as a creative. Like the snap and drag of Trench Room, like the capability of like having to just draw out what you want without the too much, without any actually programming hassle. Like
Yeah.
it makes it a total breeze.
Yeah, they're really good at like separating the, I guess, designer from the code side of things in those
Yeah,
tools.
yeah. See, like that one with the squeezing the cacodemon, that was like SFM. I think that was like SFM, and then obviously some sprite work.
Yeah. Huh. So let's see. So the model was done in SFM, but the sprite, is that also in SFM, or did you do that
No,
in
the
Photoshop?
sprite you would take it into Photoshop, and then you would like kind of liquefy it, so you could shrink it down into a little,
Mm-hmm.
like so this cacodemon looks like he's getting squished. So you in Photoshop you just squish him, but obviously, I would have to render the the Doom guy's hand. So there's one picture of it where his finger is obviously open, and then another picture where I brought the fingers closer.
Mm-hmm.
So you end up having the sprite work from Photoshop where I just liquefied it, make it shrink it down,
Mm-hmm.
and then put those two together. And then the back is just like a picture of
Yeah.
any Doom level, right? Um,
Oh, have you
but
thought of
that one was
selling a
fun.
course on how to make stuff like this?
That's also something that was within like Twitch idea kind of deal. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like where it's like, yeah, if I could imagine that at some point I'd probably be kind of like giving up, like in the way that you learn, in the way that you know how to make games for like 8 years or
Yeah.
more. I have used Photoshop for almost more than 20 years, and
Mm-hmm.
like um, I there's all sort. I mean, I'm still learning it because obviously, like every new version of the Photoshop is totally different. I just had gotten the newest one, and it's like a completely like the UI has been
Oh, yeah.
completely great. So it's like I gotta learn a couple new things and how things behave. But yeah, I mean, I obviously know it relatively well. And same thing with the like Adobe Illustrator, which does, like I said before, like vector graphics, which are good for like logos and fonts and all this other stuff. I did use a little bit of Dreamweaver when you had asked me if I had done any programming stuff. I had done some HTML, but I mean, like that's
Oh, yeah.
obviously completely unrelated to anything. I had to use Flash as well. Actually, when I went to school, they made us do like an interactive Flash thing, and so I had made like a small little point and click thing, but um, overall, yeah, like this one here is a combination of both SFM and obviously the real picture of the monkey.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
is a good
they're
one.
transparent. Yeah.
I forgot to like it. Oh, someone in the chat asked, how old are you?
I'm 29.
29. Oh, you're only 3 years older than me.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I didn't want to predict if you were older or younger than me. As soon as he said you went to school, as soon as I heard you went to school in 2013 or so, I was like,
Yeah.
okay. I was in school at the same time though, because
Okay.
when I was doing QA for like Rot, I was still in school and stuff too. I was still a student. Um, but yeah, there's all sorts of. Yeah, I was born in '92, so I'm an old man now.
Yeah, it feels like the boomer shooter, I guess, caters to our generation a lot. And
Yes, yeah,
slightly older.
exactly. Yeah, there's the obviously there's been a resurgence of obviously the interest, and obviously Doom Eternal has done relatively well, especially with a
Mm-hmm.
new market, which is like very important because um, obviously that has that kind of arena shooter has taken a huge backseat.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have like, and how do you bring back that market, or how do you bring back that to the AAA market, because it's like that's what's going to bring back Quake and Doom, is like, how do you apply this to a new market, a new audience who are into all the new games that are up to that are popular today. And you see it now with it's kind of great to see, like, I think like guys who are younger, who are about maybe 18 or 19, and they may have missed that time frame of playing, you know, like Quake when it first came out or whatever. Like, but it's great that they can look at Doom, for example, that is, even though it's timeless, like, it is obviously limited in its graphics and in how it looks, but they can look at it and understand why it's a good game, or like why they can play through it and be like, yeah, this is great. Especially like with Quake, who like in Quake being, you know, so rudimentary in look, like, even though if you were to show it to some random person on the street and they tell you something like, wow, that looks terrible, because I mean, look at the guy's face, you know what I mean? Like, but there are young people who look at Quake or play Quake and they can like it, even though they were born like 20 years after its release. That's something that I'm always like really happy about, that people can still play and enjoy those older games.
Yeah. I missed out a lot of those, actually. I didn't play them until much later. I was like, oh, damn, these work really well.
That was me with like, that was me with like, the first video game I played was like Wolf 3D, but I obviously, that game came out like a year after I was born, so I didn't play it until like much later, when I was a little bit more older. But I mean, like it's never too late to play these games and like and get in the mindset of what it was like back then, when you know, you didn't have like the kind of multiplayer that was back then, with like dial up and all this stuff, like, where like, oh, if like you wanted to play the game, you had to disconnect the cell phone, the telephone, and all this other stuff. Like, it's such a completely different world back then to what it is now. Like now everybody can be on the internet and all this other stuff. It's such a thing that we just take for granted now, and we just don't like think about anymore.
Did you read Masters of Doom?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
I did with when I went to New York, I took it with me and I read it, and that, I think that anyone who hasn't read it and is interested in like the literal genesis of like the first person shooter, like look no further than that book. Like, that book will tell you like absolutely everything, like in regarding to its software and apogee and 3D realms. Obviously it focuses more on the two Johns and like the bad shit craziness that they went through back in the day, and the criminal and the rock star lifestyle that they lived, making all those games. But I mean, like, respect, dude, you know, like, it's like those two guys are the are the fathers of the first person shooter, especially obviously Carmack, who is like a total wizard, like
it's crazy
god being.
He's done. I've read that book several times.
I want to read it. I want to read it again. I gotta get around to it for sure. Like,
there's also Hackers by Stephen Levy. It's like about it's all about like computer, I guess, the history of computers and like hackers and software people in the US, but it covers a lot of like the gaming era right before I guess the FPS era. So there's like Sierra and Broderbund and all them.
Was that the same writer, or was that someone else?
No, I think it's someone else. Because I remember
the same writer as Masters of Doom had made another book, and I had kind of like glimpsed over it, but I think it had nothing to do with the gaming industry. I think it was something entirely different.
Because the way I remembered was that I remember Masters of Doom, looked at his other books, and they all have terrible reviews. And Stephen Levy, all his other books have great reviews, and he's like a legend.
I see he made a Facebook book that's going to be a riveting page turner.
Oh, the inside. There it is, Hackers, Heroes of the Computer. It's pretty crazy, because he was like interviewing these people back in like the 80s, And then he like went back and interviewed them like 15 years later, and then again 15 years later, and he's like, yeah, all these ones became super rich and famous, these ones didn't, and they're bitter about it. And it's like a lot of the game designers from that era, they were also doing like ridiculous rock star lifestyle and stuff, but they just some of them just dropped off. They're like, yeah, we're just checked out, we're done with that, we're rich, we're just gonna sit around. Games, too much work. That's now wild.
Yeah, you know, like I thought about that all the time, about these guys who were programming since it was possible. You know, since so they know the languages from the very beginning, you know, and they grew along with it, and that's also something like when Masters of Doom is a perfect example where I think Romero had gone to the university close by, and they were programming with like cards, right? Like the big computers. You feed them cards with punch, then they were punched, and that's how you program with those pieces of hardware. That's and so like going from that and then growing along with that world is like, I imagine he has like such a great understanding of that evolution of programming, and to better be said.
But then I feel like it's also, from what I've heard, it's also really annoying for people because they like learn all these tools and then they become obsolete, and then they have to learn new tools, and then those become obsolete, and it's like, okay, time to learn something new again.
And that's something that that it always gets brought up all the time, is that all these guys have to it must have been such a pain to like learn this language that became obsolete within like a year. And I always bring up like a lot of people never take, you know, when you look at video games now, like the last 3 consoles, with if you were to look at between the PS4 and the PS5 for the sake of argument, you could see that the graphics are not all together, it's not all too different, right? Like there are some obvious like little quality of life things, but like overall, like it's the same thing. When in '98, when you had that Quake and Half-Life stuff, like every year the newer engine just looked entirely different, and it was like this arms race of who had the best graphics. And so like you had Unreal going up against Quake 2, and then in a couple of years later you had you had the PS2, and then stuff was just going by so quickly, you just didn't have time to things were obsolete quick. And you know, especially when 2004 rolled around with like Half-Life 2 and Quake, or sorry, Doom 3, like you see the difference between 98 and 2004. That's not an all different gap, right? Or that's not a very long time to have, you know, it's crazy, that kind of jump. Like every time you saw a new gameplay, or every time you saw a new trailer for a video game, it was like, what? Like that looks better than what I played 2 years ago. You know what I mean?
It's crazy.
But things have slowed down now. It's substantially, because I don't think we can catch up. Our hardware can't catch up to our what it is that we're doing. And obviously with consoles in particular, you're looking at affordability. You know, consoles can't have like 3070s or whatever 3080s on and stuff like that. So you got to take that into accountability.
I think a lot of the improvements have also just been on like making it easier for developers to make things. Exactly. I mean, it used to be, if you wanted bounce lighting in your engine, you would just put a bunch of lights all over shining on different things.
It was like with Duke 3D, there was like all this technique of adding extra rooms and then making them a different color, and then or whatever. Like it was like weird techniques on how to add lighting to your games. Now it's just drop the light.
And it's got the bounce lighting built in, and it's like, it just saves you a lot of time, but it doesn't look all that different versus if you manually put in the bounce lighting kind of.
No, exactly.
So it's more easy for the developers, but not as not as visible for the player.
you don't even notice, especially with trench room. You look at that stuff, it just simply put the light down, and then you just deal with the values, and you're done. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Just remembering Unity when they were like, free version, you don't get shadows, and everyone was doing all these hacks and workarounds. Like, oh, you
You
could
get
render
shadows?
the
Yeah,
shadow to a sprite, and then you place it below the player, and then
that's
all this
crazy.
stuff. And then shadows came out on the free version, but only directional shadows, and you could only have it on one thing, and it was like a big deal. And then they
That's
made it free
unbelievable.
for everyone. It was like, wow, everyone can do this now. And then Unreal made it free because it was like, well, Unity's doing it. We have to, we have to make our engine free now too.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, that's crazy. Just time has changed all those engines and stuff, and especially Unreal, like, has stayed, you know, on top the whole time since like '98 and all that. Like, the engines
Oh
have
yeah,
just
that's
kind of like,
crazy that they're still around. And like,
they stand the test of time.
I think I was recently on stream. I found some old gaming magazine, PC gaming magazine, and there was an
Yeah.
article on how to get into the games industry, and they put like this entire list of like 100 game companies that you could reach out to contact for jobs. And I tried looking them up, and like I think like 9 out of 10 of them was like bankrupt in 2005. And it was like, wow. And
Yeah,
this was like
no.
a 98 article.
Yeah, I was actually watching some videos on the Silicon Graphics
Oh
um,
yeah.
computer spec like yesterday, and I'm so like enamored by those things, like, because they're just
Mm-hmm.
like refrigerators, like they have like motherboards that are just strictly for the RAM, and
Dang.
the things just weigh like 1 billion pounds, and like it just like you know how fast they kind of like dwindled, and after some time, like but that was like at one point that was the masters of the universe, like, to make movies and games, like, obviously, um Mario 64 was made on a Silicon computer, and the Donkey Kong Country, all in Jurassic Park was made on a
Mm-hmm.
Silicon computer, uh and it's just like at one moment those things are, you know, they can charge whatever they wanted for those computers, 30K for a
Yeah.
computer like that, right? And now they're gone, like, that's it.
Yeah. And you get a computer way more powerful for like nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like accessibility is important, like you said, like being able to not only give the tools for the developers, but obviously also like being affordable.
Mm-hmm. Oh, when do you have to go, by the way? I just realized you've been talking for like 2 hours.
Oh no, I mean, fuck, just chilling. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I mean, I probably have to probably go around 9 o'clock to go out and do some
Mm-hmm.
IRL things. But no, I mean, overall, it's been pretty fun. Thank you for giving me the ability to like delve into Godot,
Oh yeah.
and
No
just
problem.
Thank God for cold fusion.
you know, it's learning all
Do
this.
this.
It's That's the first step for everyone to learn, is just getting into it, first of all.
Yeah.
The first step is the most important one.
Yeah.
But I delve into new software all the time. I'm always
Mm-hmm.
willing to learn all sorts of new stuff. That's where like Blender and all this other stuff came to effect, because it was like, hey, this looks really great. I think like that what people are doing on it, or it can make it look almost as good as anything that would cost me money, you know. Um, why not learn it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in the
I
end,
think.
as a dev, it helps you out. It helps if you
Yeah.
want to make something, right? Yeah. How do you
And
make your 30? How do you make your 3D stuff? The Unity, or
I use for graphics. I use Blender.
you use Blender? Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And just Blender and some Creatus. Sometimes depends what I'm working on. If it's like easy to flatten. Otherwise, I do stencil painting in Blender because it's so easy to just paint textures onto a 3D model directly.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, I used to do sculpting on ZBrush because it was like so easy
Hmm.
to do,
Yeah.
and but I mean, ZBrush costs money. Um, but
Yeah, it does.
there's a lot of tools out there, especially for like I seen some of the work that you had done, especially with that new game that you're working on, and that's like it looks like so great. I think that it's
Oh,
it,
thank
that
you.
that
Yeah.
that's what it comes down to, because when I was talking about like Quake, people still looking at Quake and being like and accepting it for what it is.
Yeah.
Now you have low poly games that are being made now,
Yeah.
and everybody's and there isn't that kind of like shallow mentality like we had a little while ago when it was like, like, oh, this isn't like a fucking a photorealistic game, you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
like people can look at a game and understand it for being like good gameplay first over graphics. Like not everything has to look like
Yeah.
The Last of Us or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
insane.
I think like the industry has taken a bit of a break and settled, and now you have a massive indie scene of like guys making not only like retro things but like low poly PS1 kind of looking
Yeah, yeah.
graphics where the focus is on gameplay. Um, and I mean, man, I totally be down to make some kind of something similarly, like especially with the success of Cruelty Squad
Mm-hmm.
and how something like the way Cruelty Squad looks and works and people love it for it. It's like
Yeah.
it's such a good time for creatives to not worry so much about like the grass or
Yeah. Yeah.
or like or some really unnecessary thing like that.
Yeah. It's like so like I was able to make the game better, like my game Rot Flesh, because originally it was a top-down shooter. Because I was like, I'm not good enough at 3D art to make something good in first person. But then
Yeah,
I'm like seeing, I was seeing all these low poly games, and I'm seeing that demakes are popular, and I was like, maybe I could do this. I can do this style. So maybe I can make it first person again. And it was like, and
yeah,
now it's like way better because of that. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome. And it's like a fun style to work in. It's like you can use textures and make things look cool and have lighting, and you don't have to like stress over like making it realistic and look good. Because I've noticed a lot of the times, even if it's like slightly amateurish, if you're doing like high res detailed stuff, even if it's just slightly amateurish, it looks awful. Like it just looks
yeah,
terrible. And it's like, whereas if you just embrace like the style like of the jank or whatever, it just looks a
yeah.
million times better.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you just have a strong creative direction and then just keep by it, and everything looks like that, it all connects together within its own art style. Like you can make something look that people could end up loving that kind of, even if it's low poly or that there's you, people are so okay with like being able to play a game like that now and not fuss so much about like what it looks like and more about how it feels and how it functions and the mechanics and all this other stuff. um and then perfect example, obviously a lot of New Blood stuff is not is more low poly, like not necessarily low poly, because I think when you look at Gloomwood, like there is a great deal of like graphic work being
Yeah.
done in that game right now, which is like impressive. um but it works for that game because of the art direction that it's taking.
Yeah.
And everything ends up, when you put all of those things together and the creative and the art direction is obviously very connected and well put together, you end up actually making a game look good by by having all these things put together within one, not like within one, vision. Because I
Yeah.
mean, if you've seen pictures of Gloomwood back when it was like in super early, like it was just sprites and like single images and stuff, and now obviously it's a whole different league of its own. But
Do they have
exactly,
images of that somewhere? don't know, dabble
I think
over.
I think Dylan had posted like 1 or 2 pictures of like what it looked like when he was first working on it, but now obviously it's a whole entirely different demon.
Where would I find that?
If you, I think that
Who's them?
if he's third person, the first one, the first guy. One more.
Wait.
Does that? It's African, yeah, that guy.
Okay.
So he had uploaded a couple pictures, like one picture or two of like what Gloomwood looked like years ago, and it was impressive to look at, just like because people don't take into perspective like the time frame for all that stuff, and it's like, man, like
Mm-hmm.
you're just like really like taken back by like the amount of work that people put into something when they're really passionate about it, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm excited from Gloomwood. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've seen people who played it who seem to like
Yeah.
it.
I think the demo's available right now because of Realms Deep on the weekend and all that.
Oh right. Yeah. Oh, I should get
There's
it.
a lot of demos on there, yeah.
It's funny. I'll like play low poly games or with these old style games, and I'm like, wow, this looks amazing. And then I play a modern game, and I look and I find like a stretched texture in a corner. I'm like, this looks like shit. I'm like,
Yeah, I know. But exactly, that's that a perfect example of like excellent art direction and just like creative direction of like playing within your limitations and then just expanding on them. But like when a game is trying to do too much and when a game is trying to like be like hyper realistic or like photorealistic or what have you, the one thing is what will break it all down is just the, like you said, like the one random texture that doesn't look good out of the rest that looks,
yeah.
you know, like almost photorealistic. But yeah, exactly. With all the stuff that when you play with low poly or even pixel art has been so popular for so long, it was just the perfect example of oh, there it is. Go up a little bit. Yeah,
Oops.
just skip. No, just scroll up a bit. Oh, yeah, because you're a little delayed. That's why.
Oh
why.
yeah, yeah. I was like, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, right there. That's the picture I'm
Oh
talking
damn,
about.
2015. Whoa.
Yeah, so there you go. That's a perfect example.
I kind of like that shader. Whoa.
Yeah,
Is that
it
just
looks
compression?
it looks pretty good. It looks pretty interesting, especially like the pistol model looks great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of contrast and stuff like that. It all looks like really interesting and industrial.
Mm-hmm.
But man, the game's changed altogether.
Yeah.
It's all different now. And I mean, when you look at low poly stuff like Dusk, also is almost like a Quake in look, you know. But I mean, I don't have to sing it Dusk praises. Obviously, it's a total beloved shooter revival.
Mm-hmm.
Game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so cool. Like it just blew up with that. Now everyone's doing it.
Yeah,
It was,
exactly.
I think I remember the first demakes or the first PS1 style demakes were by 98 Demake on YouTube. And I remember
Yeah.
seeing his stuff like years ago.
Yeah,
With
exactly.
millions of views. And then when I was doing YouTube, I was like, I bet I could do that and get millions of views. And I
Hey.
did get a fair amount of views, and that was like what first kickstarted my channel.
Yeah, and if people love to see that stuff, like especially when it comes to like new games. Like when you look at, there's some other stuff where it was like newer games with Atari covers, and so like it would be like really detached, like really great illustrations of like,
Yeah.
I don't know what it was like. And you've seen the Atari art like for the games and stuff, like, and they look like totally different, like Jailbreak for example, or whatever.
Yeah, they look amazing. Those old.
Yeah, but then you put the Atari game in and it's just a bunch of dots.
Is it these?
No, I think that's
So it's
like,
not working.
I think that's like movies on Atari cartridges.
Fake video. Oh, based on modern movies, right? Okay.
Yeah, but it was like it was like that old school Atari box art, that looks like a science fiction epic, and then obviously when you put the game in, it's just a bunch of
Yeah.
dots.
And then
But
they started just using screenshots. It was like,
yeah,
this is lame.
exactly.
I can't click on these.
Yeah.
What's the point of an image if you can't zoom in?
That's obviously an extension of that. That Destructoid.
Yeah, activated account.
Who's going to Destructoid anymore? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I totally forgot they exist.
Yeah, I used to go on it all the time. It was great when I used to go on it, because you used to be able to make your own reviews, and then it would go into a pool of like community reviews, and then so the community would just read each other's stuff. But I was a kid, and my grammar wasn't very good. It probably still isn't. So I don't know what the state of Destructoid is now.
Left 4 Dead.
I'm also with Newgrounds catching popularity again. It's like such a well, I mean, Newgrounds has always been popular, but I mean, like,
yeah.
like the fact that like when you have like that new rhythm game that came out for Newgrounds, like that.
Oh, Friday Night Funkin'.
Yeah, it like had that catching fire like that. Like, we had gone through so many rhythm genres like throughout the years, and Activision and had made so many rhythm games with Guitar Hero and all this stuff, and we just got so sick of it, and like that's why nobody wanted the plastic guitars anymore. We were all hoarding like all of the Rock Band's peripheral, Donkey Kong, the congas, like all this peripherals sitting around taking up space, and we just all got sick of it. And then so new rhythm game comes out that's almost like in par with DDR, like the very first like popular rhythm game that I can think of, where people were people were crowding arcades to play, like back in the day, and obviously Five Nights catch that, or that rhythm game being as popular as it is now is like such a huge like surprise. It goes to show.
Yeah, damn.
Good strong artwork, and then and some good music on it, and you know, you're bringing back rhythm games again.
And then also I find it hilarious how Among Us just annihilated every AAA game.
Among Us is like wow, like incredible, like just amazing like that. I mean, it's such a testament of like the indie developer always pushing forward the industry, like it's never gonna be a AAA game anymore that will change the industry. It's gonna be like Minecraft. It's gonna be like Among Us. You know what I mean? Like, as much as a meme of those things are like now, you can't deny Minecraft's like legacy, like the best-selling game of all time. Like, kind of, and it being made by like originally by one dude who just wanted to make a Dwarf Fortress, kind of like spiritual successor or inspiration to Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress is an entirely different monster of its own, but yeah, like I always said, like that the indie dev is always going to be the one to push the industry forward and what it is that people want to play, and Among Us obviously also being part of that demographic. Like, and it's such a simple game that you could just literally play it on your phone, like on the go, and the difficulty lies in the social, in the social mechanics of the game, where it's not really the game is difficult. The game is easy, but like the what would you call it? Like the conning people out of believing that you're not the killer and all this other stuff. That's where the real gameplay is, and it's like you know, like I mean, you know what though? By even going back further than that, obviously, like that takes inspiration from Trouble in Terrorist Town.
Oh yeah, which came from the card game Mafia. Did you ever play that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all of this like community-made games were like everything that is popular now was a mod made by a couple guys a couple of years ago, like
Yeah.
Team Fortress 2, or sorry, Team Fortress in general was a mod. Counter Strike was a mod. Um, all of this stuff was made by a bunch of people, and now it's the best or the most played game on Steam. Like TF2 has been going on for like 10 years or more. Um, uh,
Yeah. 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 And then like, did you play They Are Billions? Do you know that game?
yeah, I did. Actually, yes, I did. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It really reminds me of a lot of custom apps on StarCraft One.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
And perfect example too of MOBA or
hmm
sorry, all the MOBAs are originally are thanks to what is it, a Warcraft mod, or was it a StarCraft mod?
Warcraft.
I
Yeah.
think Dota. I think Dota was a Warcraft mod
Yeah, Warcraft 3. I
initially. Yeah,
remember my brother's friends played that a lot.
yeah, exactly. So it's now MOBAs are, or were at some point, a lead esport, probably still are.
Hmm
I mean, League hasn't left like the top three or
Yeah.
top two, right? Like I don't play MOBAs at all. They're a complete science to me, but
hmm
um, I, you can't deny the scope of what people are playing want to play now. And royales are obviously the battle royale. Obviously, was originally I think a Minecraft mod, like if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously
Oh.
there was like that H1Z1
Yeah, there
mod,
was.
or sorry, game.
There's also Arma mods that did
Oh,
that.
Arma, yeah,
I
Arma
think
did
it
it
started
too.
with
Yeah.
what's it? What was it? Hunger Games. I thought that was what started people doing battle royale, and then that came from the movie Battle Royale in like the
Yeah, that came,
'90s.
yeah, the Battle Royale movie was like also like obviously inspiration to that. But yeah, it's like all of it derived from community free, you know, projects. Um, you look at all those, and I mean you look at Valve, what it is today. Like I think most of those guys are just straight up from the mod community. Like a
Yeah,
lot of the people that Valve just straight up hired, like people within their modding community, and it's like such a like way into the industry that way too, right? And the Valve has made their stuff so like accessible, like going back to both SFM and obviously all the other
yeah,
tools to create levels on the Source engine. Um, yeah, like it all comes back full circle.
yeah. I think I was thinking recently about Valorant wouldn't exist if it wasn't for John Carmack.
No, exactly. Well, let's be honest, nothing would exist without John Carmack. John Carmack is like,
Because
like I don't know, it's
he both
crazy.
made the engines, but then he was like insistent that they be open source and easy to mod, and
Yeah,
like, and then that led to you know, Source engine came from that, and then that Valve took, and then they made it open. They kept it open for modding, and then people made Team Fortress, and then people
yeah,
made, later on, what's it, MOBAs, I guess, Warcraft and MOBAs, and then eventually down the road that would get combined into Valorant, hero-based team shooter, and
no,
it's like,
exactly,
damn, you could
exactly.
trace everything all the way back, like,
Yeah, everything is like so clear found like you could just track it all back to like a certain point. Um, and I think with the when I think that with like id Software, like you have to thank Scott Miller as well for being the one to sort of like popular or like make DRM what it is. Like like um he's the one that kind of helped out id Software with
mm, shareware and stuff.
making those shareware games, right? Or making that
Hmm
shareware practice. Like and now that's obviously the same thing with early access. Like and it's like I said, it's like everything can be just easily like found, looked back to, like to the ones who started it all.
hmm
Uh, and I'm, both John Carmack probably has, looked back to other personalities that unfortunately I'm not very familiar with, but like people before him who did crazy stuff, like especially before his time. But I
Yeah.
mean that's a time frame of like, damn, like years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, there's never enough shortage of like singing Carmack's praises.
Yeah, damn. Then he just kept going and like building rocket ships, and then like
He got bored.
and
He got bored of video games. He's like, I'm gonna just go make, like, I'm gonna be a rocket scientist now.
And then everyone who worked with him is like, yeah, he doesn't really talk to us anymore. And he's all like, yeah, I'm not really big on nostalgia. I just
Yeah, he just moves on. He's like,
yeah.
I just single-handedly like push the industry forward like 20 years. Like now I'm just gonna go make rockets.
Oh damn, that's a good one. And then he got into VR. Now he's doing AI.
Yeah, exactly. I think did he sell Oculus? I think he sold Oculus to Facebook. No.
He didn't own Oculus. Somebody else did, and they sold
Oh,
it
true.
to
He
him.
was just working within the team, right?
Yeah, Facebook hired him. It's kind of sad that Facebook, the most closed source, like
Yeah,
don't let
I mean-
anyone use our software or anything.
Yeah,
got
it's
him.
a bit of a shame. Same thing kind of applies to like. It's one of those things where it's like how, like, if you were to get asked how much is your passion project worth, like you couldn't give them a price, right? But
Yeah,
I mean, when you look at stuff like Minecraft and stuff like that, that was like such a like a
yeah,
child of a poster face for the indie scene, and now it's obviously owned by Microsoft, and it's like, how much money are you willing to get to give up your passion project, or like your like legacy, for the lack of a better term, right? Like, obviously Minecraft being like huge and it spawned. Minecraft is in the same way as Doom, where like they both like changed everything regarding, and now you still see its effect take today with like crafting games, right? Like
Yeah.
games with survival and Minecraft crafting mechanics, like just how you had Doom clones back in the day with like, for years, like no other FPS after Doom was anything other than just a Doom clone. Now you have all sorts of like pseudo like crafting mechanics, like
Yeah.
like building you have Rust, right? Like I don't like to say that Terraria was too much of a Minecraft clone, and I think you get in trouble for saying that. So I mean, like,
yeah,
but I mean, nonetheless, like after Minecraft, there was all of this, like, all of these games had like adopted that kind of like same like survival mechanic.
yeah,
And now you obviously have like Fortnite with like all that building that they do in that game,
Yeah.
and all
Oh,
this other stuff. Right?
Thanks for the raid, Vimlark. We're just talking about memes and games with Fabino here. Is it Fabino or Fabino? Or
It's Fabino, yeah.
okay, Fabino, the famous meme creator on Twitter.
Yeah.
Famous meme.
And
memes.
what's it called? Yeah, the reason why I have like Kino in the first was so people would know how to say it,
Oh, okay.
because if you say Bino,
Yeah.
right, it runs Kino. So that's the only reason why I'd have it like before my name, so people would know how to say it. Because I would play Siege, and I would have Fabino in my name, and people would say like Fabino
Oh,
and stuff like that. And it's like, how do I make people
oh, that's
know
clever.
how to say it, right? So it was like just a name to guide people towards it.
I used to misread that as King Fabino.
Yeah, I think people say that anyway. It's like, all right, I can't stop you guys from butchering my name. It's fine. It's all fun anyway. I was putting butts on people for a while anyway, so I mean, you don't have to take me that seriously.
I like how you shop your profile picture and everything too.
Yeah, I guess. Hold on, let me look over here at your chat. There was I think a lot of people always ask me this question if that's me on the picture or not. It is me. Um, that's a picture from 2003, me on Splash Mountain. Um, a lot of people ask me, like, why do you look so scared? And the truth is that I wasn't scared. But as a kid, I had realized a small like technique on how to not get that feeling when you go down a coaster, and you have to scream as loud as you can. And if you scream as loud as you can, you don't feel that like really like awful
Oh,
feeling of going down the
interesting.
coaster, right? So so here comes this drop of Splash Mountain, and so I'm like, here it comes, and so it takes that picture of me, and I look like I am in pain. But in reality, I'm trying to fight that feeling of like
Yeah.
dropping, right?
Oh, where was
And
it?
I used to use it a lot as like a display pictures like before Twitter, like ages ago before Twitter. And it's crazy because I'm using it now, and people have told me that they have seen that picture as like reaction stuff and like other stuff like around the net. So the picture was somewhat of a notorious thing, like at some point. I don't know, but um, I wanted to figure out like an identity where I don't have to borrow from games, so to speak. Like I don't want to identify myself as like some kind of um, like like a mob or some kind of character from a certain game, right?
Yeah.
Like I wanted the Twitter account to be me, but I also obviously wanted to have some kind of I wanted to have a little bit of control over my privacy. So it was like why don't I just take this old picture of me on a roller coaster, and it's me. It is 100% me. So I used that picture for a really long time, and I've done all sorts of shoots for it. Um, Let me see, because I do have. I have.
I've been thinking about changing my profile picture because it's like just a character from a game I made like 6 years ago, and everyone's like, "What? Why is that your
Yeah,
profile
yeah.
picture?" I'm like,
Well, I mean, like Dustev has kept his photo the same for like as long as I've known him, like, and
"Yeah,
he's known himself as Dustev. So there's obviously games. There are games that we we look into, or sorry, that we make, and we feel as if like
yeah,
obviously we're strengthened by it, like, or that's the way we are identified a lot of the times, like by the stuff that we make. So, I mean, obviously, like that newer game that you're working on is what's garnering quite a good deal of popularity for you.
oh yeah."
Um,
Hang on.
and that one's there. I'm gonna show you this.
All right,
This is
I'm gonna find. I've been working on the cover art for that game. See if I can find it. It's still like early phase. Okay, this is like early phase stuff for cover art.
oh yeah, look at that.
I need to put like a hand holding a heart here, and then I'll keep extending over with the logo and stuff. I need to
And
make the
that's
scarring
all
better.
and
This
is
is
that like some
Krita.
kind of like Photoshop, like not like a photo, like like an
Painting,
alternative
yeah.
to? Yeah.
Yeah, Krita open source has painting and Photoshop, a lot of tooling stuff. It's pretty good.
Yeah, damn, yeah, you're really good at it. You're really good at rendering and stuff.
It's like not my main thing. This is what I almost went to school for.
Okay, yeah, wow. Yeah, that's
let's see.
great.
You linked. Oh, do I have to be logged in on Facebook to?
I
do
don't
these?
think so. I had made it public.
Okay, cool. Oh, damn, that's a lot.
All the edits I have done with the coaster meme, so it's all like different games and stuff. I think I had made some more that I haven't uploaded on
Mhm.
here, but it was like yeah, like all sorts of like different ones made by other people and myself. That one on the bottom right is me wearing like think gaucho glasses or what, I don't remember
Yeah.
what they're called, but it was like me making an alternate account, and just disguising myself with those glasses so people don't think it's me, but obviously it's me. Um, um,
What is
yeah,
this?
that one is Strife. That one was made by FPS Carol. FPS Carol loves Strife, and so she had made that one.
Okay.
And in Strife, there's like these little spiders that run around and stuff, and it's like a Doom wad almost. Like it's a
Uh-huh.
Doom wad, but there's a little bit of immersive sim qualities to Strife, where like there's a hub world and you can take alternate routes, but it's within the Doom engine. I think Night Dive had made a port for it more recently, and you can play it now. Um,
Oh yeah,
but
there's
yeah, like there's all sorts of different games.
yeah.
That one right there with the Bloodborne one on the left is actually a different picture of me on a roller coaster as well. That was me actually in pain. And someone had put the Bloodborne stuff on there.
Yeah, dang, there's
I have,
like
2 to 3 pictures.
who are all the legendary meme creators in the boomer shooters? Like there's you, there's FPS Carol, there's
Yeah, exactly.
there's someone else. I can't remember.
I mean, Gianni's a fair bet too. I mean, he obviously like voices a lot, and especially
Oh, yeah.
he's been catching a lot of work for like New Blood and all sorts of other shit. Like
Mhm.
he's almost. I mean, he's with Stefan Waits right now, who voiced Caleb, and like that's
Oh
quite
damn.
quite
Yeah.
a big deal, right? Like like uh, legendary voice actor Stefan Waits.
Oh, I am logged in on Facebook. Whoops. Hope I didn't just dox myself. Well, you can't see my last name. Whatever. People could find me if they wanted to.
I'll send you a picture of me on a coaster, on a roller coaster.
Need to get some roller coaster pictures. I've never been on a
Yeah.
roller coaster. Oh
No?
my god. Why is it like... It's like auto-filling stuff.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like...
It's annoying when when that's one of the caveats of streaming. It's like you gotta have like I think I would just have a computer for it by itself.
Yeah.
Where it's just kind of like it's just completely just doesn't automatically start inputting all sorts of random or
Yeah.
like Chrome starts inputting all sorts of random shit that you put in the past.
Yeah, I'm trying to like have it... well, I was trying to do a separate browser so I didn't have to worry about that. But then I've
Yeah.
had to log into stuff on Chrome because Firefox can't do anything.
Oh yeah, I used to use Firefox all the time back in high school. I mean, I kind of
Oh,
stopped.
yeah.
I think 'cause it was like Chrome, because I think Chrome was just kind of like, just
So
Google
much better.
browser, right? Yeah, but I think alternatives are obviously like granted and taken for granted. I think you could use something a little bit less invasive. But there's all sorts of I haven't made one in a long time. One of any of these, but I always wanted to.
Linus Tech Tick memes are so good.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was gonna make something else with the Linus Prism. I actually had made a 3D model on Blender of the Linus Prism. I haven't. I have to go and open it back up again because it's so easy, right? You just like make the triangle and then you just put the texture to it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, we're learning 3D modeling right now.
Oh, now I have to log in. Oh wait, no, I don't. Okay. Dang, can't believe they found a sculpture of you.
Oh yeah, that was when someone was sharing around those sculptures of Venice, like they were like muscular men and like sculptures like marble sculptures of Venice, and then they had like these big asses, and so like people were adding me on it, being like, did you sculpt this? And so then I had made that like as like as an ancestor.
Team Fortress. I've never actually played Team Fortress, I just realized.
No, you haven't? Oh.
I have to play so many of these games.
Yeah. With Team Fortress, it's like I don't know. I think that the golden age or the golden time frame to play it is, I think personally, is kind of past. But I mean, it's an undying game. All sorts of people are playing it still, and
Yeah.
it's worth a check. Especially the classic, the old one.
Oh yeah. I just realized the only Doom, like unmodded Doom I've played was on Game Boy.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, exactly.
The only one I played on PC was Brutal Doom.
Oh, true. Yeah, everybody has played Brutal Doom. Even those who aren't totally into like modding their games, because a lot of people just are okay with playing the vanilla version. They're
Hmm.
not too interested in exploring, like more more within the community. But everyone has always at least tried brutal at some point, just because it's
Yeah.
just bad shit. Yeah, it's like
It's just crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, didn't that influence how the Doom 2016 ended up being designed or something? So it was so popular.
Actually, yeah, because we had when I had seen the trailer for, or the first trailer for Doom 2016, and it had executions, I was like, that was taken from Brutal Doom, for like, in the sense that like yeah, like there was a lot of ingredients towards, and to Doom 16, that felt like were taken out of Brutal Doom. It wouldn't surprise me if they did take something from some ideas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Even Romero had said, like, imagine if in back when
Oh yeah, I remember that.
that's what came out instead, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't want to think about that dimension, that alternate dimension.
How would that even
God
have
knows,
happened?
God knows what would have happened.
Damn.
Yeah, those are some old school ones. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some old memes. Deus Ex shit post. Let's see, what's your first? How far back does it go?
I don't think they're in any order.
Oh.
I think they're just kind of dump them in there. Oh yeah, that's just a bunch of okay. They're all together kind of thing, like more than just DX.
Yeah. I remember seeing that going viral.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a lot of DX ones that kind of took off, and when I wasn't on Twitter.
What's your most viral post ever?
I think, okay, like I think my most. That's a good question. I don't really know, because there's a few that have gotten close to the same. I think that. Well, I mean, honestly, like right now, like that Silent Hill Seinfeld logo kind of took off quite a good bit. But I think that
Can we find?
I think that Resident Evil 8 one of that you had seen it as you quickly went by.
Oh.
The Resident Evil stuff tends to really take off, and I think like the one with Heisenberg saying that he had a Hatsune Miku factory. That one did really. That one, I can't think of any other post that did as good as that. Trying to think. A lot of the cheek stuff like went crazy too. Like there was the one Doomslayer one that I had made where it looks like the cover for Final Fantasy VII. Because I think it was on purpose. Like it's supposed to be a Final Fantasy VII remake. Congratulations from the id Software team or something like that. And so it was that one over there.
40K
almost
likes.
Damn. Right there, yeah. Yeah, that one's gone. That one I think I can't think of one that did better than that. But I mean, that one is. I've seen that one get shared around a lot.
Damn. I wonder. I can't remember how many. I have one super viral tweet. I made a Death Stranding remake, and Hideo Kojima retweeted it.
Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. Right. And that's what I was thinking about earlier too. It was like, yeah.
And it's funny because I put the hashtag for the Godot engine in it, and now it's the most liked tweet that has that hashtag.
No, that's excellent, and it's such a good model too. Like it doesn't look, it looks like legit. Like it looks like a PS1, like a real legit PS1 kind of looking, like 98 model kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like it looks pretty good. And now you're looking obviously at Bloodborne demakes, like the PS1 Bloodborne.
Oh yeah.
Sort of rework, but I think that one's being worked on in the Unreal Engine. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, demake in Unreal of Blood? Oh, of Bloodborne, right? Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking of Dusk for some reason.
Yeah.
See if I can find. Oh, here it is. So yeah, I randomly discovered a meme on Reddit. Right,
Yeah.
somebody used my image. I was like, "What? That's never happened before."
Yeah, I had seen this. Yeah, it looks so good. I think that
Such a dumb.
like how much time did that take you?
This I actually streamed making it.
Oh, you did? Okay, I did.
Let me see if
Missed
I can find it. Video. No, wait, it would be under most popular. This second most popular video. This is like unintentionally one of the best thumbnails I've ever had. I was like, I need a thumbnail, and I think this was one of like the previews or something. And I was just
Okay.
like, yeah, that looks fine. And it's like such a great thumbnail. Really, just the dumb,
Yeah,
Sam Harris
exactly.
model.
Wow.
Yeah, here's the stream. 2.5 hour stream. I start from scratch.
God for cold
Oh,
fusion.
thanks for the 100 bits, Miser. And then I'm like getting reference pictures, and I like pulled a lot of. Yeah, I went through like a video and
Yeah.
pulled screenshots to make the model. Yeah, and you can see I put together a whole image sheet. This is my sprite or my texture sheet that I used. Very jank, but it worked.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so that's the whole stream. And this is like, it's unlisted. It's gotten 50,000 almost. People are like, this is one of the best tutorials ever. I'm like, just streaming.
It's a good resource for like learning how to make like low poly stuff for the on Blender, because I mean you can't,
Yeah.
there's not enough shortage of that stuff. Like I mean, for the most part, like if you wanted to as a beginner learn how to 3D model, why make something low poly? Make something that doesn't need
Yeah.
that much work. I had pulled out Marathon's guns, or the guns from Marathon, so like the assault rifle and stuff like that, and they just look like one big piece of like metal. It looks sleek, but it's just like one big gray, like object. So it was easy to kind of play with Blender and try to make that gun in on Blender. Yeah, it's like that
Yeah.
gun kind of thing, right? It looks strange, and it's not the most eye-pleasing. It's not the most eye-pleasing weapon, but I mean, it's perfect for like Blender if you wanted to make like beveling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's
Oh, I've never heard of this.
I'm currently playing through Marathon for the first time. There are open source versions for this is the Bungie's like very first game before
Damn.
Halo.
Yeah.
So this is like the genesis of the Halo. It's really well written. There's some good stories in there that is told through the AI that lives in the Marathon ship. They're good games. I'm playing through them right now. I think I think all three of them. There's like three of them, and I'm still through the first one.
Damn. It's so like interesting finding out how old some of these companies are in the games they made before.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, and the Marathon helmet looks like an aviator helmet, like a flight helmet, where the visor is like super massive. The protagonist has that kind of like really massive visor. That Marathon helmet made it to Halo 3, so you could have that cosmetic of
Or is that it?
I think it's called the security helmet. I'm wrong about it. I might be wrong about it, but yeah, it looks like that, right?
Oh. Yeah, that's the helmet then.
Yeah, that's
But-
the helmet. And I didn't know about Marathon when I was playing Halo 3, but that was my favorite helmet.
Ah.
Well, you had to unlock it. You had to unlock it a very particular way. I can't remember. You had to get a certain amount of achievement points or something. I can't remember.
I
So
think I
you're
unlocked-
grinding
yeah.
Halo 3 for like all these like helmets, the
Mm-hmm.
Hayabusa armor,
Oh yeah, I remember getting that. I think I had every armor piece. Can't
Yeah,
remember.
exactly. Just one big pain in the ass.
I remember I couldn't get. There was one armor piece I couldn't get because the level didn't work on this one on the disc I had. This one level,
Oh,
so I
really?
couldn't get the right amount of points on every level
Yeah.
because there was that one I was missing, and then I borrowed someone else's disc so I could play that one level and beat it.
Yeah, it was weird. Some 360 discs were kind of finicky at times. Like I had similar problems with my Halo 3 disc, where like I think the multiplayer didn't work, or it would freeze or something. Like it was like something really weird like that.
So glad I don't have to use discs anymore. Got that
Yeah, so
SSD
there's
speed.
an open source versions of that of Marathon that you can play. LF1, yeah, open source.
Dang.
Yeah, so you could play through the 3 games.
How's
I
the
think
shooting in it, or the combat?
it's the games came out like roughly at the same time that Doom did.
Uh,
It's a little tanky,
mm-hmm.
but the shooting is relatively similar to Doom, where it's like there is no vertical aim. It's just horizontal
yeah.
aim, like look and shoot kind of deal.
Is it sloping
Um,
floors and stuff, or is it like Wolfenstein with like?
it's 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 like Wolf, not really Wolf. It's more like Doom. It's more like Doom, where like there's elevators and there's a clear sense of elevation and
Yeah.
dimension. Uh, it's obviously a little tanky. I think at least the first one is, but it's really fun to explore these games. I think
Yeah.
I never had played them because obviously, as a Halo fan, you hear about Marathon and you're like, oh yeah, like Bungie's like right, but
Yeah.
you there was never like a clear way to play them because there were games for the Mac computer, not for the PC.
Oh.
So that's
Yeah.
why that's why probably not a lot of people played it, is because who had a Mac for PC? I mean,
Wait, how's?
I didn't have a Mac, period.
Yeah. Looks like they're aiming up here. Is that?
Yeah,
Is that a mod?
I think the versions. No, I think I was playing without horizontal aim, but I mean, I think these guys. I think the Aleph 1 open source does have all like just like all aim, free aim.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it generally looks like this. It's kind of maze-like, but it's great because you can look up a map and you can see what you've explored, and it'll mark
Oh,
it
yeah.
as what you've like
Oh, it's got
seen and
auto
stuff.
mapper and stuff.
You don't get lost, which is like really great.
Review 20 minutes. Doom.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of explaining like how
Crazy
like
AI
how
in deep space.
parallel they are because of
Yeah.
how close. I think Marathon came after, but it was like not very different. Not the timing was like really close.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been funny, but I don't get why it was a Mac exclusive. But I mean, now you can play it on Windows if you'd like.
Good animations.
Yeah, each gun has like, or at least that gun has a primary fire of like a machine gun, and it has a grenade launcher. I think you could see him like shoot the machine gun, and then also you could see the explosion when he shoots a grenade launcher. So that's how the game tells its story, is through the AI and the computers, the terminals, and stuff like that. And so there's a huge like really strong, or there's like a really strong cult following for it, where like people love these games.
Bungie's forgotten decade.
Yeah,
Now they do Destiny.
yeah, that's another game that I used to play a lot. I used to play the first Destiny a lot when on PS4. I used to do raids with a friend of mine. Because
That was like the first kind of MMO on console.
Yeah, it was like the FPS MMO kind of deal, like really like light MMO mechanics. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of like perfect for me because MMOs are like a complete science to me. Like after some point, I picked up WoW Classic because I'm like, you know what? I've never played like WoW when it was in its like vanilla state. You know what I mean? Like let's give it a try. And as soon as I got to level 40 and I got my mount, I said, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't play games as a job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's too much work after a certain point.
Yeah. Friend I have got totally hooked on it, and now he does like scheduled raids where he has to show up because his client, you know, like all this stuff. You're kind of close to. Am I still streaming? Okay.
Huh? Oh.
I close the stream,
Oh.
or like my stream at least.
Yeah. I didn't even notice. All right. I should go eat. I need to sleep soon.
Oh yeah, same with me. Thanks, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I see you. I'm saying hi to you right now. You can't see me, but I'm waving at the screen.
Thanks for joining. Good luck with the memes. Good luck with making games. Hope you figure out a way to make tons of money off of it
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll be a
and can do
billionaire.
it full time.
Yeah, for sure. Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later.
All right. See ya. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Or night, I
everyone.
guess. Bye. All right. Man, I'm tired. I'm gonna go read someone and gotta go. I gotta eat and then tomorrow back to working on the boss fight. We're going to finish up the texturing, do the animations and code. Hopefully get it working. That's tomorrow's goal. All right, let's go find who to raid. Science and tech. We're trying to get to. Oh wait, I should. Yeah, here we are. And game dev. Who's to raid here? Wow, there's like no one online right now. Let's raid Spirus.
Whose jurisdiction do you fall under, right?
All right. Thanks everyone for joining. I'll see you all tomorrow, probably.